Hopefully you can see us over there. Hello, YouTube. Okay, wonderful. So let me double check this with my team. Am I live? Love, I'm sending. It still seems to be taking a little bit of time here. So we'll just go ahead and give it a moment and make sure that we're all here. So I'm super excited to see you guys. And okay, good. So I like to make sure we got the technology going. Good to see everybody. It still seems to be taking a little. There we go. I can hear it. I can hear it now. So I think we're here. I'm going to say, welcome to the Intuition Playground. Okay, good. I just want to take it to. Okay, so welcome everyone. Akasha here. Hopefully our technology is all now finally connected. We are going to have an amazing day. Okay, so hopefully, here we go. Awesome. So welcome, Akasha here. Welcome to the Intuition Playground. And we are going to have an awesome day. We're going to spend 4 hours together today. And I'm going to start by taking us into this incredible sacred space that I've already created before the call. Of course, I've cleansed and cleared myself since 3 a.m. And I've been preparing the space and making sure that we have the optimal created, intentional, cosmic, galactic, multidimensional space to have our intuition playground, because I want you to meet the multidimensional you. I want you to meet yourself. And what do I mean by that? Okay, well, all right, good. My honey bunny said it's working good. And so, yeah, there we go. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to share in a second here. If you're not familiar with me, thank you so much for joining me. I'm so excited to meet you. And this is me on my birthday this year in December. I live in the Yucatan in the Maya land here amongst the jungle on the beach with the jaguars and all of the ancient Mayan pyramids. And I hope you'll come and join me. We do incredible retreats here with sacred ceremonies at the temples and the pyramids. We're going to be communicating with dolphins and doing healing work with that. So it's way fun. Welcome. I am the creator of Light Body Healing, and I'm a master intuitive, master light body worker. I've been doing this shit for a long time, about 35 years, I think 33 officially. I've been online for about 17 years. And the Intuition Awakening, the Akasha Infinite Self Mystery School is something that is for everybody. This is not something like the mystery schools I went to, 4 different really, mystery schools. I was studied with shamans. I've been certified in pretty much every possible energy healing. And I have been honored to be able to work in temples like the Great Pyramid for 4 hours at a time, just with our group, and have these epic multidimensional experiences. So I went from being somebody just like everyone else, not having a clue about any of this. I was working really hard because that's what I was taught. Be a good person, pay your bills on time, work really hard, and you're good to go. So I don't know. There's Lisa. Hi, Lisa. So what we're doing today is this is like a culmination. It's a party. It's a celebration of my life and of your life, of the journey you've taken to get to this point. Okay. And you've taken a journey, and you've had the ups and the downs that we've all had of life. Okay. Believe me, my students, my clients, I've heard it all. I've worked with easily 50,000, 100,000, I don't know, people around the world, because between the travel and the intimate things and the classes and the books and the 300 plus, I don't know, programs online that I've created over the years, I've got books and on, the point is to share this information, to disseminate it, to get it out to you. I don't want anyone on this planet to suffer any longer without understanding who they truly are. And you're an amazing being. However, we've all been conditioned, we're all living inside of a paradigm on the planet that most people, and if you're here, you're very aware, right, that we've been living inside of a particular mindset, a particular belief system. We've been conditioned to believe that we have to do physical hard work, and we have to worry all the time, and we have to figure it out, and we have to see the money before we can do anything. And all of these very three-dimensional as well as manipulative or controlling things. Controlling meaning we're not blaming anybody, because I tell you what, if you blame anyone, including yourself, you're sticking yourself at the bottom of the scale of consciousness. And then you wonder why you can't hear your higher self, or why you don't see the synchronicities, or why you work so hard for the money and then it just all disappeared. Okay, so I've seen everything. I have made millions. I've lost millions. I've had a divorce that took 3.5 years, and I went from owning $1 million home and 80 properties to being literally homeless. I didn't live on the street, but being gifted places to live, which is a very good experience to have if you haven't had to trust the universe to provide for you. It is one of those deep, almost shamanic type of experiences, and your life is that way. You've been through a lot of ups and downs, but they're not what you think they were. It's time to start to decipher your life story and understand that you are a divine, multidimensional being. You know, you have a mind, you can hear it. You know, you have an emotional field that'll knock you down. So these are different dimensions or different layers of you or your light body. So when I say your light body, I'm talking about all levels of you. So it would be me, my light body is my physical body and everything involved in it, including my DNA. It's my chakras that intersect with intersect with that physical body. It's my physical etheric field or the aura. It's my mind and everything that's in it, the beliefs I have, the mind, the mindsets, the thoughts, the programs. I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough, whatever the program is. So I worked really hard. I made sure that, I was suffering and working really hard. And when I was almost 30, my very successful fashion design company went out of business. And it was a complete deconstruction of my life, my beliefs, what I thought I wanted. I truly believed that everything was bad. The world had ended. I was a horrible person. Everything I'd done up to that point was a waste. And then now I talk about it as my spiritual awakening. So spirit, you don't come into a physical body to float along and have no experiences that test you or push you or expand you. That's why you're in a physical body. Otherwise, you would incarnate in some other way, okay? So I want you to enter the playground and I want you to play. I want you to come into this space and start to feel the gold cone of light and silver cone of light. It's a temple of light, but it's a perfect mirror reflection above and below. And you're here in the center. I want you to come back to your center. I want you to start to think, I am the creator of my reality. Everything is projected out from me and then reflected back to me. And you're in your own loop of creation. So when you develop your intuition, which very high paid executives pay a lot of money to do, the military pays a lot of money to research people to develop their intuition. So this is not silly. It's not for children. And no matter how much it has been poo-pooed in our culture that the feminine or the intuitive or your cute little instincts or your feminine intuition is just a silly thing. It isn't. Everyone has it. You actually have a network. So our schedule today is I'm right now going to do our opening ceremony activation, and it's going to include some kind of an upgrade to our intuitive crystal network. All right. So you have an intuitive network, and in my intuition awakening classes, we go in and we meet all those parts of us, our higher self, our body elemental that holds all the intelligence that's embedded in the body, physical body in some way, Gaia, which is a part of us, our I am presence, which is an even higher part of us, And we work with our Akasha, our Akashic records, everything we've been, everything we could be. Okay, we work and everything else that exists, and we work with our soul blueprint record, or the access to the infinite field in our ninth chakra. These are the aspects of your intuitive network. Now, you have crystals embedded that are communication crystals. Everybody has a little bit different makeup, but everybody has an intuitive, everyone has a light body, and everyone has an intuition network. Okay, so the fun thing this year that we're doing with Intuition Awakening is we're kicking off the year next week with the Money Intuition Awakening course. And this is a live, interactive, powerful course. The Intuition Awakening course, people are just popping. They are suddenly reaccessing childhood powers, you know, like being able to talk to people who are deceased and out of body, or see, or sacred geometry, or travel astrally. And you don't have to do this as a business. It's everybody needs to develop their intuition. So, you know, come and play. It's on sale for a couple more days. And the thing is that your intuition is very important. And whether you're a healer or a light worker or a parent or someone who works with people or a human, you need to have your intuition developed. Your intuitive network is clogged, blocked with fears of pains from the past, other lives in your soul that have similar wounds you brought with you on purpose. Okay, nothing that you've been through was punishment. You're in the right place at the right time. You're perfect. You're beautiful. I love you. I'm so happy you're here. Okay. And so you are in a metamorphosis. This decade is a metamorphosis. So from 2019 and 2020 being the threshold all the way through the end, we're in a massive breakdown, a massive reorganization, a massive up level of our consciousness, of our vibration, of our frequency. So today our guests are going to talk about spirit communication. And Lou's going to talk about, Lou Matson, she's awesome. She's going to talk about flow, longevity, and rejuvenation as far as it goes with you connecting to your inner authority. Even you connect to your intuition, you keep practicing your intuition, you keep opening to more languages, more senses. You've got 360 senses, okay? And I give you a little mini course on how to awaken those 360 senses when you join the Intuition Awakening. So what Kathlena is a frequency alchemist, okay? She does frequency alchemy. Well, what does that mean? Alchemy is transmutation. It's when we transmute or transfigure something. It's even more profound at a deeper depth than transformation, because it's changing the shape. It's like shape shifting, and restoring soul fragments. This is what I do in my work too, and releasing judgment, which is what we do in Intuition Awakening by going into 5D consciousness. There is no judgment at 5D consciousness. You don't judge yourself as right or wrong, good or bad. You don't judge situations or what you've been through. Then you're free. You see, as long as you stay attached emotionally, mentally, energetically, in any way to someone who did something, or something you had, or something you did, or not being good enough, or whatever beliefs you were fed by culture, family, gender, whatever, okay? It's nobody's wrong. We're not going into blame. We're not going to go hunt our wounds down, and we're not going to make a big story. We're going to fast for that now. You will find your wounds on your path. Get on your path. Start to talk to your higher self. Listen to the signs. They're all over. Everything is talking. Everything is alive. Everything is conscious. Everything is vibrationally communicating with you. Okay. And then I'm going to do some money intuition readings, because we've been talking about money intuition. So on my YouTube channel here, make sure you subscribe, get some notifications so you know what we're doing. We just finished doing a 4-day breakthrough with money intuition. And I did a masterclass about some very important, unknown really topics, ways of understanding why intuition is so important around the topic of money. Because when we say money, we're talking about self-worth, value. Do you charge enough? Do you ask for what you want? Do you get a raise? Are you willing to go out and do what you want in any way? It's around anything with value, including your personal self-value. So I call it wealth esteem. And that's what we're going to be dropping into. You can go to shop.nanakasha.com. You'll see the Money Intuition course there. Now, when I'm done with the intuition readings. So make sure you put your name here if you'd like one. I don't know how many I'll be able to do. I have a 30 minutes. We're going to do 30 minutes. Then Kristen's going to come, and she's new and she's really amazing. She's very, very challenged physically with her health, and yet she's living her soul purpose. And it's very inspiring. It's important to understand. And she's going to talk about spirit communication. This is a form of intuition that is vital to our life. Jennifer Spohr is going to be a blast. She's going to channel a nice little thing. And we're going to talk about how we are evolving. We're in an accelerated evolution. Everyone is. The planet is. Nothing's going to stay the same. Nothing's going back to the way it was. It's time to get present in your center. Listen to your own intuitive network. Learn the signals. Clean and clear unclog the pipes, okay? And then keep coming into that center and keep coming into that center and listen within for the answers. Don't make decisions in low states of anger, fear, blame, regret, guilt, grief, shame. There's no clarity there. Wait till you have a connection. Trust and honor yourself, okay? And then the wonderful Lisa is going to come and talk about how your soul has a plan and how to sort of access that. And she's going to promise to do an Akashic Records group healing for us all. Finally, I will close with an intuition upgrade activation for the crystal network of your intuition, again, with a channeled message from who knows who will join us. Okay, so wonderful. That's what we're going to be doing today. This is a little bit about me. You can go to nanakasha.com if you're not familiar already with me. And what I want really most for you to understand is to come into the sacred space and to drop in and to allow yourself to relax, to decide to take off all the things. If possible, tell your family or wherever you are, I'm busy, shut the door, light some candles and some incense. I've been doing some beautiful copal here, and give yourself space for your personal growth. Number one, you're the center of your reality. You need to be the most important person on your journey. You need to be doing self-care. Now, self-care. I was always like, yeah, I'll get around to it later. Yeah, I literally wouldn't leave 5 minutes in the day for me to get dressed or take a shower. And then I'd wonder why I was always running and chasing my tail. And all of these different ideas about why you do a habit are interesting. However, it wasn't until I started doing soul readings and going in, like in all of my sessions, private sessions, I'm tuning into you and what is optimal for your highest good at this time. And we start to see where the blocks are in your body, whether they're in certain chakras, if they're attached to past lives. We might travel to your starseed. We might go, we see it's multidimensional because you are multidimensional. Okay. And that everything is energy and interconnected. So if you're having a stomach problem, it's speaking to you. That solar plexus chakra is also holding some of that energy, and it goes out through the solar plexus energy. That what that concept is your sun, right? It's your will, but it's more who you are. It's like coming in with enough life force and light to light your way, to stand in strength, to connect firmly into the lower body, right? Being in your body. A lot of people haven't wanted to be in their body, and into the higher chakras. And that goes into your mind, into your emotions. So where in your emotional field is your those concepts of your digesting something, right? What is that speaking to you? And so it's a common problem for people. So just enjoy a little copal and go ahead and get comfortable and close your eyes. And we are going to go into our beautiful, wonderful. We're all here. I'm so excited. Okay, my loves. Okie dokie. So I just quickly want to say hi. Hi, Sandra, Irritag, Samantha, Monica, Sylvia, Diane, Etronella. Hello, Lynn. Hello, Corrine. Hello, Susan. Hello, Sharon. Hello, Chris. Hello, Deanne. Hello, Sherry. Hello, Jane. Hello, everybody. I'm so happy you're here. So good. So I see the people who said they would like a reading. So I will come back there and Lynn and Sandra and Corrine. So when I do readings, and I do, so that's another reason to subscribe to my channel, might be to see when I'm doing live readings. I do them every so often, and we do with different focuses. And what's fun about it is I can't get to everybody, and I let spirit tell me who to go to. And the reason that we do that is intuitively, I've lived my life. I've lived my life walking the path step by step, taking intuitive guidance and trusting, even if I don't understand why. I'm leaving a house I love to move somewhere that I don't know, and then it all turns out perfect. So, okay. All right, good. So take a nice, slow, deep breath in. And I want you to choose where that breath comes in. So I want you to close your eyes and watch the energy in your field. Watch the breath come in. Mine came in through my heart chakra, and it's expanding through my heart chakra, and it's going down my arms. Yours can do that, or you can look and see if it's doing something else. And now I'm letting it go, very gentle, and it's going down my arms, out my fingertips. Oh, that felt like a beautiful clearing to get my heart centered here. So let's do that together. So we enter this sacred space in reverence, presence, and love. Take a breath in through your heart center, see it, watch it, feel it. Let it expand, hold it in your heart center as long as you can, comfortable for you. And when you're ready, release it gently and see, sense, and watch it go down the arms and out through the palms, the fingers. What does it look like? What does it feel like? So this is allowing you to release from the heart center and from your receiving part of your heart, your arms, your hands, your palms, and these sensitive chakras on your palms, to be more present in the moment. So they're asking you to take your hands, rub them together, feel the palms. So the reason this was a very early exercise, you can rub your palms together gently, was because these are palm portal crown chakras in your palms. So now I want you to take a deep breath in through your palms and form a light sphere between your hands. Expand it now. You can move your hands out. You should be able to sense and feel it. Just move your hands around if you want to sense the edges of it. You can touch the top and the bottom. Well, what color is it? Mine's kind of an electric green. It looks like there's strands. It looks very neon. So what you're doing in this intuition upgrade is entering this sacred space and allowing yourself to see and sense energy at a new level. Now take the sphere in whatever way and bring it, lift it above your head and pour it down over your crown. And watch, sense, and feel it pouring over and in, pouring down through your central channel, weaving like DNA, cleansing, clearing, and shifting your frequency from your core all the way down and out, releasing through the foot chakra, through the earth star, and into Gaia. Now relax. And I want you to take one more breath. This breath is coming in through your brow, right between your eyebrows. You're going to feel a soft tapping from your higher self, some aspect of your intuitive team. Just gently tapping here, bringing your attention here. Sense, is it cold or warm? Is it very, very gentle? Does it feel like somebody tapping? How fast are the taps? Are they tap, 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 or tap, tap? Now relax and as you keep your awareness here, draw yourself into your core and feel a crystal heart beginning to crystallize in the center. It's like being in a crystal cave, and you feel this energy pouring down, weaving through your central channel, coming through you. You let it bathe you. And you orient yourself at your center. I am that I am, Ea Escher Ea. I am aligned to my soul signature frequency, the optimal rate and state for me at this time. Now you can sense and feel energies pouring over the forehead, through the brain, through the pituitary pineal, and all of the glands that make up the all-seeing eye, across the prefrontal cortex of your brain, and colors are starting to move in waves, opening that inner eye from front to back. Now you feel that weaving energy coming down through you from above and below, and this energy going back and forth. And you bring yourself into the center of your being. I enter this sacred space in reverence, presence, and love. I acknowledge this infinity healing chamber, the gold and silver cone of light above and below me. As I enter, I release now, and I'm ready and willing and open and receptive to rise to infinity, to connect to this all-seeing eye, this Vesica Pisces, this portal to light, to all places, past, present, future, and potential in any time, in any space. And now see and sense the sphere of the flower of life all around us. Pure white light spinning. This Akashic Ascension sphere is spinning at infinity. As you enter, your guides come alongside of you, and the space transforms into the perfect chamber just for you. You can feel already like tiny fine wires of gold being woven, copper, even rose gold. There's a rewiring now and an upgrade to the central channel of your intuitive crystal network. Give permission for this, aligned for your highest good and what is optimal for you at this time, and relax and receive. This will continue through this, and at the end we will activate the crystal network of your intuition. You can start to sense and feel it as the optimal energies will be recalibrating, rewiring, and upgrading your entire light body and crystal intuitive net. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome. Wonderful. Okay, good. So I'm pretty sure it's time for our first guest. Here she is. I'm so excited. So I am, let's see, super excited to welcome Catalina. And she's going to be our first guest to come and play with us on this amazing playground. So now that we're wired in and we've, I have to get back in my body a little bit to function. Okay, good. So let's see, there she is. Hi, sweetie.
Hi there, how are you?
Wonderful.
Nice
Thank you for coming. We're so happy.
Sure. Happy to see you. I know I haven't seen you. We were together a while ago, a long time ago.
Yes.
I've been following you. Look like you're doing great. Love all your crystals and everything you have in the background there.
Oh, thank you. I know they rearrange, They go to do something, goes over here, goes, I want to be there and I want to be there.
I love that. Well, they're singing. They're all like happy to be here, and so it's wonderful.
Yeah, great. Well, good. I'm going to share my screen real quick so I can tell everybody all about you.
Sure.
And then we'll dive into playing some more. So we've just finished our opening activation, and I think you'd really resonate with it, being a frequency girl like me, is we were tapping into our crystal intuitive network for an upgrade. And we received some energies that started spiraling down the central channel. And then at the end, as different guides were coming, and we were acknowledging our infinity healing chamber that we're in, the wires, kind of like a DNA spiral down, but they turned into like rose gold, very fine little wires, and like they're being upgraded. So
Beautiful. Yeah.
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 So that's happening for all of us as we go through this.
I love that.
Good. Okay. So Catalina is here today, and I think we're gonna talk about restoring soul fragments and releasing judgment, or anything else you have to talk about is fabulous. So Catalina calls herself a frequency alchemist, and I think this is one of the best terms I've heard for this kind of work, because I've been online for 17 years, and we've been coming up with new titles as people are waking up and everything, but it's a really good because everything's energy and we're moving so fast, and that alchemy is what we're all going through right now. So what I love is that Catalina is an embodiment of the divine feminine, who works with the Council of Nine Collective and other ascended masters, including Jesus, and her coding accesses the womb water of an individual's birth, so that they're brought back to their original soul expression, creating rebirth to allow full expression of the soul's imprint. That's just, that one sentence is such a wow. You could chew on that for a while. Her crystal and DNA signature carries the frequency of perfect pitch to align the original human, earth, and universe templates. Having incarnated as an Arcturian, Andromedan, and a member of the Council of Nine Galactic Collective, she restores the original soul fragmentation and releases judgment from brain and body. I had to take that off of your website, because it's, again, just so brilliantly put, especially because my partner had a very severe seizure 3 years ago. So it was after that I kind of clicked into, yes, the brain is part of the body and it connects to other things, but how important that health of both the brain and the body are in terms of everything we do, in order to fully be able to be the channel for all of these higher energies and things that we are. So to fully access the original soul's blueprint, and through her understanding of sacred geometry, she's channeled a vibrational device from the Arcturian Collective. And we'll be giving you a link to her free gift, her 12D shield meditation that she does every night, right? I think I read that you do it in the evening. And you can find her at CatalinaHaley.com. Okay, so here we are. So like you said, I think it's been a year or two maybe since we've talked, and we've all changed a lot.
Yeah.
So it's almost becoming silly to like look for the wounds or to fix this, because everything is just moving so quickly now. But to catch us up on what you've been doing, what you see happening now.
Yeah. Well, it's a little bit, I don't remember exactly where we left off, but I can say what's happening today. Let's see what wants to come through in terms of energy. So my particular energetics have obviously expanded. I think we're all expanding through the ascension. And of course, the ascension process is, we are not sending, the body is ascending. So the idea of expanding your light is really more embodying of that you are. And you can kind of think of yourself as this giant template, that's way beyond your comprehension of how large you really are. And that, it's almost like if you had, streets, roads that are not clear, And suddenly when you are in embodiment, those roads become clear and the pathways become clear. And so there's clear access to the information of what you are. And so this is a process of everyone. It's kind of what I do as a frequency alchemist, is really being able to tap into that in a person's hologram in who they are, and be able to help make those shifts and so on, clear those pathways, so to speak. And this has been what's been occurring for me. So like my particular consciousness is not from here. I'm not from this particular universal complex. And I've just been in a much more awareness of, who I am, why I'm here. But we have so much access now. We have access to the galactic core, which means that we are now being able to access much more energy in relationship to who we really are. And there's she's a friend in terms of somebody that I'm day to day with, but I really think we're of the same breed, so to speak. And it's to think of ourselves as energetic breeds, like dogs have breeds, we each have an energetic breed. And so Carolyn Corey is one who's definitely, we're of the same breed aspect. And she spoke about it, and I wouldn't have necessarily used this term, but I say it absolutely resonates, is that we're in the process of releasing the subconscious mind completely. And that is what I've been experiencing in the awakening in the process. Because think about, what is the subconscious mind anyway? It's a place where we have things that are hidden from ourselves, but we're source consciousness. Why would we ever have anything hidden from ourselves, right? And so I can really feel that. And that experience for me is like this direct channel, where there's just nothing in the way through the mind, because you can have that connection, we're one with the earth, not on the earth. So I can feel that direct connection. I've been feeling that anyway, of course, and then all of the geometries and so on. I see everything in geometries and energy and so on and that kind of stuff. But I can feel it, there's like this access point, and it just goes directly to source. And with that is the aligning of the mind channels. And we have like 3 mind channels. So the closest one to your physical body is connected to the grid systems. And because the grid systems we have access to the original grid systems. And the grid systems, of course, what they do is they're portal systems that allow for authentic frequencies to come through. And those portal systems that are on the grid systems are aligned to the portals within your brain. And so now that's why we're having much more direct access to the 100% brain and so on and so on. And so the second channel, we have 3. So the second channel aligns to the center of the Milky Way, or the central sun, which is the heart of source. And then third is directly to Prime Creator. So this is what I'm aware of, is that we have this opportunity now to really embody and know who we are. So for those that might be listening, that this is kind of like, what? I'd say from a day-to-day basis, what it means is that you're going to get happier. Life is going to get easier, right? In your being. I mean, it might seem like, but you're going to have truth, whether you like it or not, because this is happening. Kind of, Prime Creator is here, and this is happening. So this dissolving of the subconscious mind is going to occur whether you like it or not. And so what that really means is that those things they're going to move out of the way. So it's almost like the elephant in the room is going to move, and you're like, oh, look at all the things over there,
I love that.
Like, yeah. But when that first happens, it might be, whoa, oh my gosh, look at all those things.
It is.
Whoa, yeah. Right?
Yeah.
What's happening here. So that's why people like you and me are here to help usher individuals through this process, so that they have avenues and places and communication and people to talk to, these types of things. This is really what my work is all about, in many, many facets and multidimensional layers and so on and so on. And so, I really appreciate what you're doing. I've been doing a YouTube live weekly for this purpose as well. I've been guided to show up, and share and give information of this process, and really be, my particular energy, which I'm sure yours as well. We can feel a lot of different energy.
Yeah.
I'm not arbitrarily talking. I'm actually holding space. I carry the 0 point, and that's that energetic. So just showing up in this space allows for that kind of calming down in the energetic field of particularly those individuals that are suddenly like, oh my gosh, whoa, all this is really real, And so yeah, just having a space for that. So anyway, that's what wanted to come through really quickly. So
Oh, beautiful, perfect, amazing. I love all of it. Well, and what I love is like the idea that you're going to be happier, and that being like why people wouldn't be happy yet, you work with people, I work with people, and I find that to be one of the biggest blessings in the whole thing because I'm living my path. I'm living my life. It's not an option. I started 33 years ago working for myself, and that was pretty intense spiritual path, right? And then just everything unfolding, but then to get to work with others and to see, oh, it's not just me, right? To get to see the patterns. Like every week I last year I started doing weekly too, because it was like, you got to show up weekly, you got to do. So I do a spiritual weather report, a multidimensional meditation type of thing, so that there's this access and we're in the current energies and what's happening. And we can decipher between the fact that it's a full moon and the fact that we're going through this, and be able to go, okay, it's just a rainstorm, I'm walking through the rainstorm instead of making it a big deal. But then to get to see every week, I look, oh, this is the pattern unfolding. You see many, many people having different stories, right? But that certain kind of breakdown. So I think for me, I call it the new age. When I started, it was, no internet, no bookstores, all that kind of thing, right? You find one little book at the library and, you're like, what?
Right.
But then the idea that we're going so fast now. So in the past, it took me X number of years to be able to see visions, and now people come to one session and leave. And they're like, I'm seeing dead people like when I was 6. I'm talking to my husband's grandmother. It just happened after, as this kind of speeding up. But it doesn't mean that everything's going to be perfect, because I got on my path wanting the pain to stop, right? Emotional pain. And so the idea that you're accessing, like you said, these unique frequencies in the moment, and you're allowing yourself to have more happiness, means you have to let go of the unhappiness that you think is yours, right?
Yeah, and it's well, you said a whole lot there, and what I was feeling is that when we realize that we are this puzzle piece within this quantum field, it's the law of one, so we're all one, and the puzzle piece is not like a flat puzzle piece, it's sort of this spherical moving puzzle piece. And when we just let go, when we allow ourselves to show up as our uniqueness, we are each a absolute unique library of information or aspect of source consciousness. And this idea of feeling happier, feeling comfortable with who you are is in that letting go. And literally from a geometric perspective, because we're light and sound and water as a physicality, but from us as our geometry, when this spherical aspect of your energy doing this, when you just let go, when you can show up in the present moment without judgment, when you can truly just be what you feel and who you are from your heart space, it's like there's this beautiful synergistic connection to all things in harmony. And so this is what we are here to experience, to co-create, to be one with, and this is one with the earth. And this is, and how do we do it? We just let go, we show up, you know what I mean? It's really that easy. So it's beautiful and amazing. And this is what's occurring, right now. And this is what we're helping with.
Yes. So tell us do you have any stories or examples, of your work with yourself, others, what you've seen, having this different perspective? Like you said, you're aware that you're from a different kind of frequency, and you're here for a reason. Clearly, to anchor energies, to experience things, feed them back, whatever it is. And so what is that you see that people could relate to when they think they were doing all their spiritual work and then something happens they perceive as bad and painful, and the old beliefs come up?
Okay. Well, because we are multidimensional, right? So there's many, many layers and many, many lifetimes. time is not linear, it's spherical, it's sort of, all moving. And so the idea of soul fragmentations is that, the past lives and all of this life and the different ages and so on are as alive now in this now moment as whatever before, because the now moment is the only real time. So everything is here. And so what's happening is through this ascension, it's really an ascension process. So the process is that, we are, like I said, if you think of source consciousness as like a giant library of information, it's really geometry, infinite calibrations of geometry, but think of source itself, God, as a giant library of information, and you are a smaller library of the giant library. And how we engage in a physical body is we download ourselves, which is basically we're like the software in the computer. The software tells the computer what to do. So we download ourselves into the brain. The brain is like the computer. And then we communicate with the body, and the body is, you think of the body as like a giant mall of people. And so I'm either in synergistic communication or I'm not. What am I doing? And so the process, so when I'm experiencing a person, working with somebody, I'm looking at all these ways. So one of the first things that's occurring and what's happening we'll say on people who are not as awake, or we'll say even with the people who have been doing this for a very long time, because that's what you asked the question. So we'll go there, and they say, oh my gosh, I'm doing everything I can't seem to get this done. Well, what's happening is that, well, several things in here. First of all, in this downloading myself into the physical brain, I'm not communicating my unique geometry. I'm not downloading myself and communicating that to the body and using that to create out. And why that's important is because we literally create through our thought and our emotion. Every single thought comes out of your head as a geometric shape. And that thought is the blueprint of your creation. It's the paper. You add an emotion to that. The emotion is the frequency. So the emotion is the person in the pencil. When you take a thought in emotion, you hold it 14 seconds or longer, it moves into the unified field, goes out into the universe, and comes back into reality. So this is literally how we're creating, is through our thought and our emotion. But what's happening is that we're not downloading ourselves. We're actually sitting in these little boxes inside our head, listening to a book being read to us. And these boxes are pentagonal shaped boxes. They're actually little pentagons. It's a 5-sided container, specifically a closed grid container. And what those boxes are made of are basically the parameters of your belief system in terms of something that you want to create. So in other words, it's like if I say, how do I create money? Then whatever my current belief system in relationship to that create the edges of those boxes. So I'm sitting in this little box. And so when I'm, done my work and I'm sending and I'm releasing, it's like, but what is my still pattern? Am I still in that place of, oh my gosh, I've done my work and I can't get it done? Well, guess what? That dialoguing is a box. Okay, that you're sitting in. So here's the key to this. So how do what's next steps? Next steps is being able to move from my head into my heart space, move into what I say is the authentic 0 point, because you're in, at that point, you're in the non-authentic 0 point. So it's like I got my feet on the floor, I'm looking out my eyes, I'm in my room, but I'm in my head. Okay, so I'm in my head space. And so how do I move from my head to my heart? Because, the heart space in the 0 point itself is the place of no thing and all possibilities. And it's literally the now moment without any judgment. It's when I can become the witnessing observer of myself, having experiences, and then deciding what is my experience, myself, my own self. Okay, so the process is noticing what is my thought, and what is my emotion? And more importantly, what is that doing to this vehicle? Because this vehicle is everything. This is the millionaire. This is the relationship. This is because I'm source consciousness having an experience through the body, right? So this is how it works. So say an example might be, I could go, oh my God, I don't know where my money's coming from. I'm like, right? So if I had that as an expression, or I could go, well, I don't know. I don't have any idea. So the first is when I'm like in my head, and the second is when I'm in my heart space. So I'm in the unknown. So the practice of that would be to notice, okay, oh my gosh, I don't know where my money's coming from. So we got the thought, we got the emotion of tension, and all you want to do is notice that tension, take a breath, let that go. The minute I let that go, now I'm in the present moment, but I'm in the unknown. So what's going to happen is, we're taught, don't be in the unknown, be in the known. So you go right back to your head. And this is what many, many people are doing, even those that have practiced this, that are in this, arena and all that. We're constantly seeking through the head, because this has been it's basically been a hijacking system, so that, that communication from source stops here and then doesn't go into the heart. So it's a practice, right, of being able to notice my thought, my emotion. And there's a couple of things in this. First, in order for me to do it, I have to first realize, how is my current emotional frequency serving me? So, and this is where I tell my story, where I say I used to wake up in the morning and I would hear, "You're such a failure." And I was like racing around, trying to get things done. And, but I woke up one morning and I listened to my thought, I felt my emotion, and I was like, you know what? There's some comfort in this. I was like, wow, there's comfort in me dialoguing, I'm a failure. I was like, I felt comfortable. I was like, okay, so no judgment. I just noticed it. So next day I wake up, it's still there, because it doesn't just go away. But now I can say, you know what? I might not know what success is, but I know I don't want to feel this. And so what began to happen is it started to say, well, what really is failure, and what really is success? And whose voice is this? And what am I saying? And what am I doing to myself? So we begin to be, and that's when we become the witnessing observer of what's taking place. Okay, the more we can do that, that's how, as a multidimensional being, we can release those frequencies that's happening to the body. Because as I said, we are fifth dimensional or higher beings. The body is ascending. And so the process that we're doing, all we're doing in human existence is matching frequencies in order to be comfortable. That's all we're doing. And think about frequencies as just emotions, right? And so an example, and by universal law, faster moving frequencies always try to raise slower ones up. It's just how it works. Okay. So you can think about it simply like, if you and I come around each other and I'm happy and you're mad, what's going to happen is I'm going to irritate you, because I'm vibrating in a faster
That's exactly what I was just thinking when you
Yeah.
said that. I heard a client of mine, because she went through my Light Body School, and then she printed out the scale of consciousness, put it on the kitchen counter, and she would tell her, she would walk in, at her high vibration, and everybody's down here, and they'd be like, eh, and she started realizing she was trying to teach them, and then until she realized, oh, I'm irritating. Like we think that I'm just trying to help, right? Or be myself.
Right.
And but the gap is so big that, and the comfort we talked about, people get in that comfort zone, even if it's not optimal.
Yeah. And they don't know. So in that example, like I said, as long as you maintain you're happy, they only have two choices. They either get happy with you or they go away. And so this is the thing, is to start to notice, like, what is it that we're doing? And so the practice is being in that neutrality. It's like, can we just show up in neutral? So here's the other piece, though, that as you are ascending, right, which is, like I said, the ascension process is it's more of an ascension, because we are engaging a higher frequency within the physical body. So the physical body is carrying all of the memories and the energetics of all the lifetimes and all the things we've collected through our imprinting of these soul fragmentations. So the soul fragments out when we take on a belief system, then it creates an imprint, and that imprint is carried within the cellular body. So literally, as we are ascending, ascension within ourselves, we're literally irritating our body as well. And so this is why we have different things that happen within the body and physicality, but it's also why you can continually have that doubt and that shame and that stuff, because it's wanting to come up. The other piece in that is because these energies are still here wanting to continue to keep you playing it out, that the minute that you go into that doubt and that whatever about yourself, you unintentionally open up a portal for more of that to come in. So this is kind of this process that's kind of taking place. So the way out of all this, again, is just to drop into that neutrality. Because here's the thing, when you drop into neutrality in present moment, you're not just dropping into neutrality. What you are is you are showing up as source consciousness. No other frequency can sustain itself in source except source. So once you are, excuse me, able to do that and drop into that neutrality and become the witnessing observer of yourself, beginning to say, okay, what am I really feeling? What's going on? You'll start to notice, and you'll have a greater awareness of like, oh, something's in my field, or wow, where did that come from? I'm feeling this. And you know, even from the most simplistic of like, wow, you know what? I walked into this room and suddenly like my stomach tensed. That's curious. Where'd that come from? So if we become curious, you know, instead of go, oh my God, I gotta push away, I gotta protect, you know, because this is where people get into that whole thing of like, oh no, you know, it's like, no, remember, I'm source consciousness. Take a breath, be curious, and like, I'm curious what's going on here. As I'm being curious, I'm in the 0 point. So I'm going to be then, you know, allowing the energies that are playing out to have opportunity to shift. And this is what we're here for. You know, we're here for, this is the reality of the ascension. It's just, it's letting go, faith, trust, surrender, be in the present moment.
Yeah. Well, and I love it when you think about what you were saying is like the minute that we were going, oh, I'm expanding, or I have this epic experience in my meditation yesterday, but I didn't have it today. And you start to get disappointed, or you judge whatever in a certain way, you drop down into the state of guilt. That's where your emotional body blames. And so anytime you're judging anything, yourself, the past, or anyone, you're part of your energy field is down there at this incredibly low frequency.
Yeah, you're pulling back in those low frequencies instead of expanding them out. You're shrinking your light instead of expanding your light. And so this is why it feels like, oh, I can't stay expanded, because you're pulling in, and so allow it to expand out.
Yeah. Wonderful. Wow. Oh my gosh. I just feel like I'm eating the most juicy, nutritious, delicious conversation.
I love it.
Well, would you like to do something?
Sure.
Channel something for us? That'd be wonderful.
Yeah, let's do a little activation here of these energies. I feel like there's a lot that wants to come through. So how I work, for those that might not know, is I do a lot of sign language. I do a lot of light language and a lot of mudras and things like that, and make a lot of sounds and do a lot of weird things. So just kind of go with it. Okay, you want to close your eyes and take some nice deep breaths. Misuni no palamokota papala kataka na shikoni musno palamokatakas. Porque mokas. Apole dakatni kosina kom malakata kata kesina koti basa. Apo kita mukata apola kosina koto shino kata kas.
Ashikonibukus, Amukutakas, Akutis, Akataksh, Amukutas, Akun, Amutakina Katalakatakasalakatakash. Misuka na apapungin na apol na akata akasunigon sa manikato na mapola makasalakatom. Isa katis alakon na mabas alakata sa Samukuta. Open your hearts to more love, peace, joy, abundance. It is done, it is so, it is done, it is so. I am free, I am free, I am free, I am that. Imukana apokon asalakatas akatish isokon salakatom apokadakatakash. Guma maglakuta papula pakalakatata katas. Isakota. Pasakush. Imukada pukota. Manakon. Samukita. Simulia Bana. So we welcome in the guardians of light, to those that are seeking their hearts to be filled with joy. Allow this frequency to come through, to release sorrow, the discomfort deep within cellular body, to allow for the emotion of joy to be felt and received. It is done, it is so, it is done, it is so. I am free, I am free, I am free. As we bring in tremendous gratitude, gratitude, gratitude for this present moment, for this co-creation, for this divine love and light for all of humanity. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, that was so beautiful. Oh, so
A lot of
beautiful.
it. Yeah.
So I was, Zoom sometimes cuts out background noise, so
Mhm.
we did hear most of it, and it was just exquisite. Oh, now I want to float off into the ethers.
Okay, yeah, I didn't, if I remembered, I could open up the music, the sound from music, but that's okay. It's all, everything that I do is in the 0 point, and it's so multi-layered, multi-dimensional that even if your physical ears, it's happening on so many different layers.
Yeah,
So that was just a
yeah.
beautiful co-creation of energetics for
Yeah, we
anybody
heard
who's
most
gonna
of
listen
it.
to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you may not hear it with the physical ears, but trust me, you are receiving it on many, many levels.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Well, we're all out of time.
Yeah, you take care.
And is there anything else you want to share? We'll make sure that you're at nanakasha.com, and then after this we'll post below the video as well, but it's KathleenaHaley.com, right?
That's great. Yeah. Just thank you for showing up, and I love your energy. You're very bright light. I appreciate you. And I look forward to seeing you again. Take
Yeah.
care. All
Thank
right.
you, sweetie. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Fantastic. Oh my goodness. That's the hardest thing about doing these multiple things is, moving on. Moving on. All right. Well, we're going to go right into our next guest. She's already here with us. Hello, sweetie. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Wonderful. So the amazing Lou is here, and let me just grab the screen here so you can find out all about her. And remember, with Kathlena, we're going to give you the link so that you can get her free gift, the 12D Shield meditation. And on her website too, it's very generous. She has a page where she tells you all about her daily practices, and this is one of the ones that she does. So Perfect. Okay, so now we're having so much fun. We opened with this like celebration and we got upgraded. So we're in the chamber and we're having the central channel rewiring with like rose gold and into our intuitive network. And so welcome. You're here too. You get to have some of that goodies. Okay, good. Here we go. All right, everybody. So our next playmate on the playground is Louise, and we're going to talk about intuition and flow, longevity, and rejuvenation. So this is a really fun topic we haven't really had before, I think. And Louise is an intuitive conscious channel, a conduit for energy healing, a best-selling co-author and spiritual guide. And she channels source energy, sharing messages through her Source Speaks blog posts. And her work includes journeys of empowerment, spiritual growth, hosting the Mundane to Magical online series. Yay, I've been on there a few times. And her sole purpose and mission is to guide and assist people along their path from disempowerment. Yay, we were just talking with Kathleen about how we're like, oh, I'm expanding, I'm evolving. Oh, I'm back in my old stuff. Oh, I'm out. Oh, man. We're kind of like, every time I get out, they pull me back in. So we're really, this is a great thing, is it's standing in your sovereignty. And if you're not familiar, really what that means is governed from within, right? This is your own authority and radiating their light openly to the world and realigning your purpose and your potential. So you can find her at loumatson.com. Make sure you go to mundanetomagicalliving.com because she does that, I think, twice a year, right?
Yeah.
And she's got a free gift, so you'll have that link below, or if you get on the list at nanakasha.com, we'll be sending out everybody's information after this. And there's 2 light activations. So you get a microcosm to macrocosm and a becoming a clear channel to the divine you activation. So thank you. Welcome. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So for I guess for people who aren't familiar with you, or for the fact that you're a different you now, because we're just entered the new year and everything, what do you want to share about for our playground to get people tuned into you?
Okay, I mean, basically, because I am a conscious channel and I didn't really know what I was going to talk about today until like a couple of days ago, when all of a sudden I was just in this moment and it was like,
that's intuition, right? That's what, like, I remember when I finally acquiesced to using slides to teach just because it helps them. But I'm like, but I just want to show up and be in the flow because all the cool stuff comes through, right? When you're in the moment. Yeah.
Absolutely. It was just this enormous download of stuff, and one of the ways that I receive information, and what I will say is everybody receives information all the time. So whether you are consciously aware of that or not, that is part of this. That is part of us acknowledging our multidimensional self so that we can get out of our own way and actually tune into the multitude of messages that are coming through. And when I did that, when I got out of my own way and I stopped fear from blocking my clairvoyance and my clairaudience, then I managed, I started getting real clear messages and much, much larger awareness of the downloads that are coming through. So I'm aware that the downloads are in themselves multidimensional. And so I was getting the visuals, I could see it all mapped out. It was just like this kind of sci-fi thing in front of me, it's like, I think it's Minority Report or something, where it's like this big screen and they're like,
yes, and they move things.
Yeah, that's basically how information comes in for me now. It's just like, oh wow, okay, yeah. So yeah, it was such a beautiful transmission as well, because it's like a lot of people have been asking, well, what is the energy of 2023 and all of this, and it's like what I've been getting is that we have been doing our work, we have been called to be doing our work for the time that we're in. This is the time that we came for, so enjoy it. That's the big thing. It may look crazy, it may look scary, it may look 100 different shades of something, but just be in this moment and appreciate the fact that you're here. And this is basically the when and the why and the what you came for. You are doing the work. And even if it doesn't feel like you're doing the work, you're doing the work, because, you know, even whether you're not aware of your multidimensional self and the full capacity that you hold, you are. And so there's aspects of you that are working in the background, doing all this beautiful stuff. And so this transmission came through about flow, longevity, and rejuvenation. And it was interesting because I have recently had a very physical experience of being out of alignment and out of balance. And again, you know, like Kathleen was saying, you know, you drop into that, well, that's interesting, rather than, oh my God, you know, I can't stand up straight, the world's spinning and all this.
I love that term. Oh, that's interesting. My mother used to say that when I was growing up, when something bad, quote unquote, happened, she wouldn't go, oh my God. She would go, well, that's interesting. And so I started doing that a long time ago. It's so much better than, oh shit, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's all part of the fact that we are divine creator beings. You know, whether we appreciate that about ourselves or not, we are creating our reality in each moment. And if we're going into situations and responding to them in the oh shit kind of sense, we're creating that route, that path to travel down. But if we go into the open space of, well, that's interesting, we're kind of stood back watching it play out, and then we can decide what we're going to connect into and what we're just going to allow to kind of float past us, because actually it's not ours to get involved with. And so there was a few things that came through from this imbalanced state, and one of them was, you know, I'm known for ages, decades, that everything is energy. But it has literally been as if I'm seeing the physical matrix kind of crumble. It's shifting and moving quite literally. You know, I was looking just at the carpet the other day, and it was breaking up into kind of the tiny fractals of energy. It wasn't a solid thing. Now, again, you could freak out and go, well, am I tripping or what? You know, am I having a flashback? And it's like, no, actually, everything is energy. And even though we perceive this to be a physical thing, it is just energy. And so I was seeing the energy, and it was, okay, my physical body hasn't caught up. So basically that's where the imbalance is coming from. It's like everything is moving, and yet my physical eyes are like, whoa, no, you know, that's not right. That parked car shouldn't be going sideways. And things like this.
The other day, Friday, we went to town and we walked into this restaurant that we go to for breakfast. And there were, all of a sudden I shifted into a different frequency, and I had to wear sunglasses. Yeah. It wasn't that it was too bright. It was like seeing light that was glowing at a different frequency. And, you know, Chris was like, what's going on? I'm like, do you see that? I was just like, yeah. We walk around all the time that way. Even my intuitive clients say, you know, kind of walking around and I'm seeing other realities shifting around me in my normal day-to-day life now. Yeah.
I mean, one of the key things, you know, if we allow ourselves to kind of sink into anything this year, it's acknowledging yourself as a multidimensional being. You know, you are an enormous spectrum of light, vibration, and sound. You know, however, and in whatever way, shape, or form energy comes to you, because it comes to us all differently. You know, some of us are more clairvoyant, some of us are more clairaudient, and some of us feel and sense. You know, we all have all of the other aspects, but we are more comfortable in one element or another. But however you connect in with being an energy being, you're a full spectrum. You know, we hold a full spectrum. And if you imagine it from like the visible light spectrum, you've got visible light, which is the light we pick up with the physical feedback system, the eyes and everything. But then you've got ultraviolet and you've got infrared, which we would need specialist tools to pick up, but we know they exist. Well, that's the same with us. You know, this physical body is the visible light, but we have the spectrum beyond, within this kind of incarnated aspect that we are experiencing in this lifetime. And the more you can sink into that, the more you connect with the flow and the longevity and the rejuvenation. But a lot of people they're going through, especially those that have been doing a lot of work clearing and releasing, and, you know, going through the whole, that old chestnut again. You know, if you've been doing the work, and, you know, that's what we're here to do. We're here to do the work on ourselves. We are the only ones that we're responsible for. Then you'll be stepping into the kind of the final stage of embodiment, which is kind of raising the frequency of the physical and adjusting the frequency of the physical to accommodate for all of the adjustments that you've done in all of your other layers. So, you know, the physical body may be kicking off right now. You may be coming down with colds and fatigue and all kinds of crazy symptoms, like being completely off balance, as I'm acclimatizing to the fact that everything is energy, and my physical body is like, okay, I can deal with that.
Yeah, I call it light body sickness
Mm.
because I don't know, about 30 years ago or so, I started to do light body work and mystery school work. And I took this one thing, I was like, oh, this is my thing. And it went so fast in the first 3 months and raised my vibration so fast. I was sick. I was so sick, nauseated, and my head was growing and changing. And so my skull was pulling. And I mean, it was just crazy. But then it's just became normal to me to go, oh, I'm doing a lot of my work. This is shifting, that's shifting. And then, you know, taking care of your body. But ascension sickness, I think I've heard people call it too.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's not falling into that, you know, oh, I'm ill, you know, I've got a disease. It's an imbalance. It's an imbalance, but you're coming back into alignment. Everything is coming back into alignment. The whole collective is coming back into alignment. That's why the craziness is happening, because, you know, everything that's been out of alignment and has been kind of hidden to us, we've been unaware of it. It's been in the shadows. The collective is doing the shadow work. So it's shining the light on it. And therefore it's like, whoa, okay. And again, if you're in that, oh shit, kind of space, that's the reality you create. But if you're in that, well, that's interesting. Okay. You know, then you can take that space and go, do I need to actually personally engage in that? Or can I just kind of, you know, watch from the sidelines, you know, as if it's kind of like a football match on the floor, and it's like, okay, I'm just going to sit here and watch it play out. Oh, now's a bit that I feel aligned to kind of taking a part in. And actually doing that, taking action in that which feels aligned, and only that which feels aligned, which again can feel really, really strange to us because we're so tied into all of the obligations and sense of duty and everything that we've been entrained to believe, you know, we should behave from. So it's kind of stepping out, allowing yourself to step out of all of that and step into your multidimensional self. And I often see it as, and maybe it's because I'm from the UK, like King Arthur had a round table. So I often see it as this kind of enormous circular table with all of the frequencies that I am being represented around that table. And they all have an equal voice. So there's no hierarchy. There's no hierarchy internally or externally. And it's like, allow all of those aspects to have a voice. It doesn't mean to say that you're going to listen to the one that shouts the loudest. It doesn't mean to say that the one that's kicking off in the corner is the one that you follow. But they all get to have their say. They all get acknowledged. They all get heard. And then you make a choice. But you're making that choice from that stepped back position. You know, you're making that choice from whether it's looking at the collective and what's going on out there, or whether you're looking internally. I'm sat in the sidelines, I'm watching the show, okay, now I'm choosing to take action on this, but I'm doing it from this stepped back position.
Yeah. I like that because I call it creating a space of acceptance, an acceptance chamber. Because on the, on the scale of consciousness, your emotional body lets go, your mind goes into harmony, you transcend all this shit, you start having compassion. And then it's not that 5D consciousness where there's no judgment, you can't be in blame and guilt. Then you start to see, oh, okay. It's like constantly reminding my, students and my clients, oh no, the fear voice came back. Okay, that's all right. Accept it. Doesn't mean you're choosing it. Like you said, you're not choosing that, but fighting it, ignoring it, suppressing it, keeping it locked outside of the meeting, like you said, out of the round table, saying, no, that's just creating stress and attachment and clogging your path, right?
Absolutely. And if we are not fully acknowledging ourselves as multidimensional beings, we are creating blocks automatically, because we are suppressing an enormous band of frequency that we actually are. And it's like we're denying our power. What is our power? What is standing in our power? It's standing in our truth. Well, there is no one truth. There's no one size fits all. We can see that in the outside world, You go into a shop, one size fits all. No, it doesn't.
Yes, I know that one.
And it's the same inside, So when we shut down, when we deny, we are suppressing an aspect of ourselves, multiple aspects of ourselves. And so it's about allowing ourselves to be a multi-voiced, multi-vibrational, ray of light body. White light holds all the different spectrums, all the different colors. We're not just pure white light. Pure white light is everything. It holds everything. And so if we're denying that and we're just tuning into the personality construct, the egoic self, the roles, the body, how I'm presenting in this lifetime, then we are blocking and we are not allowing ourselves to be in flow. And if we're not in flow, we're also limiting our longevity. It's like the table leg considering itself to be the whole table. No, you're a part of the whole. The personality construct is a part of the whole of what we are and who we are. But if we don't have access to the wisdom, the guidance, the gifts, the tools, the everything else that the other aspects hold, because they're in those different frequencies, then we only get to live for 30, 40, 50, 60, 80 years.
Yeah.
There are some scriptures where people are living hundreds and hundreds of years.
300 years, I think somebody told me. I don't know the Bible well, but I think there's people in there even that, they yeah, absolutely. And it really isn't, it's not the desperate kind of thing we have going on right now, like shove every pill and tube into every person to let them live 10 more days, for $80 million. So everybody they leave behind is broke, that kind of desperate thing. I think it's important to honor people's path, but we're breaking that collective, like you said. And to me, as you were talking, what I was seeing was like this burden, that we've carried by denying we have these multidimensional powers, denying the guidance. Hey, over here, this way, don't go down into the swamp. You really don't need to do that again, or whatever. And so that idea that we can flow, that it's rejuvenating for sure, because we're blocking flow. If you don't eat, right, you see someone malnutrition. Wow. Where I live, unfortunately, there's a huge number of very, very poor people. And I see them eat as their food chips and Coke. Now, they might be alive and walking around, but you can bet that their frequency is not, it's toxic, right? So yeah, it's the same kind of thing where, oh my gosh.
And again, if you're not allowing yourself to connect into those higher frequencies of wisdom and guidance, then you're only following that voice that's saying, yeah, chips and Coke is fine to eat. But if you're tuned into all of you, then all aspects have a voice. And it's like, I I dislike going shopping. I will hold my hand up. It's not my favorite thing. But I used to treat myself, because I was doing something that I didn't like doing, with a peanut brittle. Not a bottle of champagne or anything like that. It was a peanut brittle. But one day I went to the counter and I was about to pick up a peanut brittle, and I stopped and I dropped into my heart, which is, as Kathleen has said, the space of stillness and peace and quiet, so you can actually get this full rounded perspective. And I was like, do I really want this? And the vast majority of my field was like, no. And then I heard the voice that was like, yeah, but we did the shopping and that was rubbish. So we deserve a treat. And it was like, okay, so that's what this is about. So it was like, how can I serve you? How can I give you love, give you joy in this moment that doesn't look like a peanut brittle? Because there's a higher vibrational way of nourishing, of nurturing ourselves. But if we don't allow ourselves to have that conversation, we never find out what it is that's repeating these patterns of programmed kind of control of our system that has been artificially controlled and has been artificially held down. So a lot of this is imprinted on us, but it's, you know, that's how we unpick and unravel all of that imprinting and complex constructs of belief and emotional baggage and build up, you know, which is creating more blockage and not allowing us to be in our flow. When we fully let ourselves step into our flow, and but also what I think it was Kathleen that said about, or it was you, self-governance and self-responsibility, but those are massive. This year, those are massive. It is about self-governance. It is about self-responsibility, but not with a big stick. You know, this is about doing it with non-judgment, with love. So dropping into the heart space and allowing that divine unconditional love light that you are to support you to come into self-responsibility and self-governance. And then we can connect into the rejuvenation and the longevity. But there are going to be some souls out there that are too tired. There are going to be some souls out there.
That's what I saw when you were talking, is just like this burden, like I'm exhausted trying, I'm exhausted losing and getting and gaining and this, you know, I'm just exhausted. And then that idea that we're not feeding ourselves something that's rejuvenating while carrying all these heavy things.
Absolutely. And again, we are responsible for this. This is all I'm responsible for. My service work has brought me to a place where it is my joy, it is my love, it's part of me to bring through messages, healing, you know, to assist and support. I will walk alongside anybody who's willing to do the walk, but I'm not here to do the work for anybody. You know, there's no magic wand, there's no healer in the world that can go, I'll take that from you.
Exactly.
You know, I can clean your field until it's sparkly, and I've got the image now of Snow White with all the animals cleaning the house for some reason. I can clean you, but if you leave the session and go back to doing the behaviors, go back to repeating everything that you've done before, you're just going to fill yourself back up or open the doors back up to whatever connections, attachments, associations were holding you in that lower vibrational state. It's up to us. I always say, when I do healings with people, it's about walking it into the physical now. And that is us taking responsibility for our part of the healing journey. You know, we can go to the healers, we can go to the mentors, and they can provide the transmissions which are speaking to all those different aspects of us that we may not have conscious connection with yet. And they may assist us to have that conscious connection by clearing our field. But then we walk it into the physical. It's for us to listen to the guidance, to hear it when it is that nudge, that real tiny whisper, or the billboard that just, you know, magically appeared saying exactly the answer that you needed to hear, or the song on the radio that just had the perfect line. It's allowing ourselves to connect with that and going, ha, that's interesting. You know, we don't say that's interesting just to all the crappy stuff. We say it to all the good stuff too.
Right. Well, is there something you would like to do, a channel or something to assist us into flow?
Okay, yeah. Right. Okay. So just allowing everybody, just allow yourselves to get comfortable. And just taking a nice deep breath in, because breath, as you breathe, that is the physical representation of your eternal connection to the pure source field of divine love and light that you are. And so as you take that breath in, just allow yourself to acknowledge, imagine, know, whatever word works for you, that you are breathing in through your central column, divine love and light into your field. And we're going to go a bit into the microcosm, macrocosm. So we're going to come in and allow that diamond white, pure diamond white light. For some of you, it's actually a different color. So don't worry if you're seeing a different color, because loads of people's fields are pinging up. Some of you are getting different colors. Just allow, whatever way it's coming through for you. Breathing in that pure divine love light energy that you are through your central column. And it is clearing your central column of all blocks, attachments, resistance, issues throughout all layers, levels, dimensions that you exist within. It's working throughout the whole entirety of your spectrum of light, from the highest vibration that you are currently able to hold in your field at this time, all the way down to your lowest vibration, which is your physical body. And then within the physical body, allowing that energy, that divine love light, however that's showing up for you, to come through, intensely bright light coming into your very tissue, muscles, bones, the most solid aspect that you can imagine within your physical form. And as that light comes in, that purity of light, it is so bright, is going into each tiny atom and cell of those seemingly physical solid structures within you, and they're all starting to vibrate, and they're starting to shake up, and they're starting to shake off any density, any debris, and that's being cleared out through your central column. It's being released from every area and aspect within your physical, incarnated, spiritual, mental, emotional being. And that purity of light is raising the vibration of every atom within every cell, within your muscles, tissues, sinew, bones, within your blood, within all your juices, the liquids, all of your energetic transmission routes within your physical body, within your emotional body, within your mental body. And within some of you, I can see that light's now starting to dissolve some of those rigid structures that have been holding you locked into patterns, into ways of being, holding you locked into only acknowledging yourself as just, in inverted commas, releasing you from that concept of just being a human being, just being this physical body, the roles that you play, releasing you from all of the contracts and everything that is tying you into this way of being, this limited view of yourself, and allowing you to access those other spectrums of light. And so as that opens up for you, allow within your heart field a beautiful golden table of light, and allow each of your frequencies to be represented, each of your frequencies to take their place around this table within your heart field. And you may find that over the coming days that other aspects start showing up, that other points of light start building around this table. So don't worry if you only have a few at this time. And don't worry if your table is absolutely full, surrounded by different frequencies, different representations. And just in this moment, as this light is pouring into every atom, every cell, because at the root of everything, that is what you are. You are pure, divine love and light. You're just allowing yourself to fully acknowledge that and to embrace it and to experience it and to allow those rays of light that you are, those rays of vibration and sound and frequency to be represented within your heart field, to be owned and acknowledged by yourself. This is your self-governance. This is the place that you come to make decisions and choices and to get the validation that you desire. So just allowing the light to build within you, and it's building, and as the light builds, you're allowing yourself to expand beyond the rigidity of whatever structures you've created around yourself to keep you safe and small, for you are safe. And there is no need or no reason for you to be small, and certainly not in this time. We didn't come here to be small. We came here to be the immense divine creator beings that we are, and to shine our light into the world. And so if you're feeling ready, just allowing your heart field to explode and blast your light out into the collective field, whether that be your own environmental space or even extending further out beyond the reaches of your environment, past your town, state limits, and all the way out to encompass the entirety of this physical planet, this physical planetary consciousness, which again is one vibrational element of a spectrum of planetary consciousness that goes all the way to the highest vibration of the pure source field of divine love and light that you are. You are the bridge. Your light is the bridge. You are an individuated divine spark of the all that is. And the pure source field not only resides above, but also below. And you are connected to it all. Just allowing yourself to bask in that experience just for a few moments, to feel the enormity of your own divine essence. And then just allowing your awareness to just pull back. And just pull back your light back into your heart field, back into the energies in and around the table, the round table within your heart field. As we welcome and we thank all of those different representatives of the frequencies that you hold within your individual spectrums of light. We thank them for their presence. We thank them for stepping up and being seen. And then once again, coming back to your awareness of your breath and the gentle rise and fall of your chest and your stomach as you breathe in and breathe out. Holding that awareness that you are divine love and light, from the microcosm to the macrocosm, all aspects of you. And then allowing yourself to become aware again of yourself within your body, your physical form, within the space that you're in. And when you're ready, allowing your eyes to open.
Wonderful. It's hard to come back, right? It's
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Oh, I was just like so, I don't know multidimensionally aware in the moment of how this is so impacting. Like it's not just going out through you to the people here, going out through each of us into our Akasha, into our different levels of our light body, but that expansiveness of, wow, the power of what you just did in that short amount of time, and how people could come back to that to help with what we were talking about earlier. Right? So just stay there. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, sweetie. Oh,
No, sorry. I mean, we did go big. It
was
did go
awesome.
big.
I
So
love going big. Woo.
for those people who let themselves go big, thank you. Because you know, it's beautiful for me to experience that, but also it did happen in a very short amount of time. So just again, allowing yourself to come back in, just gradually and gracefully, and coming back. But you know, listen back at any time if you want a blast of light.
Absolutely. Yes. That was a blast of light. Fantastic. Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you so much, sweetie. Always, always a pleasure. Absolutely love to play with you. I'm always fascinated personally too to hear what you've been doing, what you've been seeing, what, you know, because you're like me, you're like, you know, you're in your personal experience and then you're like, oh wow, this opened up, and you know, and then you come and you share it. Yeah. So I appreciate that so much. Thank you. LouMatson.com. We're going to let you know about her 2 light activations and everything. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we close?
Just allowing yourselves to maintain the highest frequency, but that doesn't mean that you ignore when you're feeling a downer. Just love the downers, you know, let the down energies be in that table of light as well. See them, acknowledge them, own them. The more we do that, the more we can connect to flow, the more we can connect to the longevity that we are, and the more we can actually allow ourselves to rejuvenate, because that's basically what this can do. You know, we don't need med beds. We don't need anything like that. We are our own med bed. We have it all here. We just get to switch it on and really tune into that.
Beautiful. Thank you. Big hugs, honey, over there across the sea. Have a beautiful evening, and thank you again. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Fantastic. Oh my goodness. These healings are all just so powerful, and they're standing on their own and they're coming into sync. So you might, if you got on in the beginning, you might notice how everything we're talking about, even though we have different people coming, they're having their different experiences, it's all seeming to find by itself, right? Trusting that we've activated this infinity healing chamber. We're inside of the space that's connected to what's optimal for your highest good. And each of these people, as they enter, the speakers, including you, you have a plan, you have a purpose, you have a soul blueprint that has talents, you have 360 senses, you have so much, and everybody is zoning in on that, how the awakening isn't really from the perspective we used to have. It's now from within. And I know that a lot of what Kathlena shared, a lot of what Lou shared, it reflects exactly what's been coming through in my intuition awakening classes with my private clients, is this idea of, you know, we're able to expand. We're accessing higher realms. We're accessing higher frequencies. There's no way not to right now. Now, how clear you are, your pipes, your network, your lines, your channels, you know, however you perceive the energy of the incredible structure of your life body that's flowing or blocked in different areas. And so this is an opportunity as you're in this space. If you've joined us after the beginning, we're inside of the Infinity Healing Chamber. There's a gold and silver cone of light, a temple of light above and below you. You're exactly between the worlds, or at 0 point, as Kathlena pointed out, is the important state to come to. I call it being at infinity. That means that you are at this state and neutral, sort of, acceptance, complete, transcendence. It's lighter. We're wrapped in the Vesica Pisces, or the all-seeing eye, or the point of light, where light comes. And we're surrounded with a flower of life, Akashic Ascension Sphere. And this flower of life is sacred geometry, contains every sacred geometrical shape that you need to create or uncreate. And all of that is holding this space. But the cool part is, because we are multidimensional beings and you come in, you're going to experience it differently than someone else is going to experience it. And each of these speakers are coming in, and the whole, I'm seeing the whole chamber shift and change and react to their frequency to support them. So when you come on a healing with me, or you come into a class with me, that's what happens too. You come into this chamber that is attuned to shift into the dimension, the part of your Akasha, the past, future, present lives that are relevant to you, the contracts, the karmic knots that you have within your energy field, your beliefs. A lot of people talking about beliefs. Interesting. That's kind of how I started a million years ago, 30 some years ago, was really going, wow, these beliefs seem hard. All my beliefs disappeared overnight after certain things happened. My whole first business, which exploded, I had to close it. It was the end of the 80s. Everybody went bankrupt. Nobody paid me, including big department stores. And I didn't understand because I was just in my 20s. Yeah. So I'd done everything right. I'd worked hard and all that conscious stuff, and everything just fell apart. And inside of that, I felt like nothing. But that's what it's called, is a metamorphosis. The shape that you had, the container, the form, what was familiar, what you liked, all of it melts. The caterpillar melts into goo. Nothing is added, nothing's taken away, and it reforms into a butterfly. And when it feels like I've had enough of being in the cocoon, it fights its way out and takes off, and sometimes lives a month and travels 3,000 miles, okay? So this is no different than us. When you're having a breakdown in your life, I say congratulations, because if you're aware you're having the breakdown and you're doing your spiritual work and you're getting to know your energetic field, now your intuitive network, all these senses, all these talents, gifts, codes that you already have in other lives from other planets or parts of your star seed, these parts of your soul blueprint, they're imprinted. They're in your ninth chakra. They're all also in your 8 original cells down in your sacral and your root. There's different places for you to access. And then you start to access, oh, your higher self. Well, you have a body intelligence. You have an I am presence. You have Gaia, which is part of your body. And she's not just earth. She's that divine creator feminine essence. And you have all of the things that are encoded within your light body, whether it's a chakra or a mental body or an emotional body. So as a multidimensional being, these things that everybody's bringing forward are, these beliefs do not define you. And I love what Kathleen has said, is that, wow, we're dissolving the subconscious. The subconscious is way bigger than your conscious mind. It runs the show. It's where all those beliefs live. It's where the fears live. It's where the part of you that you said, don't ever let me speak up again because I got my head chopped off last time. And now you want to speak and you're having that struggle. Or let's talk about money. So we're going to do our live money readings now. I'm going to go over, and I'm just going to let intuition pick the person. Please don't get attached to being upset about it if you get picked or you don't get picked. All the spirit, or the way that I'm aligned, is that I am aligned to be a clear and open channel for the highest good of all concerned. I'm inside of a sacred chamber, and I do light work and energy work and alignment work multiple times a day with myself and others. And I do all of that before I come into any kind of call. So you can know that as this comes through, spirit is picking it because it's for the highest good of all concerned. All right. So it might be, I say somebody's name, and then that resonates with you. So you want to be open and receptive, because messages might start coming to you in this place. We've had 2 powerful healings and a opening alignment where we're being recalibrated. We know we are. Intuitive Network, you're right here as you're in this space. You're being recalibrated and upgraded in a very profound way, because your spiritual anatomy, your light structure, we've heard about light body sickness. You're changing your frequency and vibration. Parts of you are stuck in old patterns that can't vibrate higher. And so we're going to relax. I'm going to bring the spirit of money in, and just looking here to see that's the easiest way to show you the scale. So if you go to shop.nanakasha.com, you can have the scale. Okay, here we go. Good. So let me share my screen for a minute. And Oh, this is always so fun doing this. I want to make sure I don't shut the page that we're streaming to you live. Okay, here we go. So why the scale of consciousness is important is that you're in one frequency or another. You're moving up and down the scale all day long. You do your meditation, you feel fabulous, you're beyond enlightenment. You come down to a low state, and this is the shop, this is the class, Intuition Awakening Money Intuition. It's actually, the sale goes till, we didn't update that till February 2nd because of this event. So make sure you take a look at that. That's our next in-depth, tons of interactive practice, using it to apply to your actual life right now. That's what's going on with that. So here we go. So this is the scale of consciousness, my version. It's free in the shop. So if you go over there, you can find it and download it. I highly recommend that you do. So let's take a look at that. We were talking earlier, Kathleen was talking about judgment, came up again with Lou. 5D consciousness, which is a big conversation now, talks about 5D consciousness is the state of non-judgment. State of non-judgment can't blame. So see where blame is? The lowest state you can vibrate at is shame. It's where anybody who takes their life or has a terminal disease is carrying a lot of that frequency. Guilt is the next state up. It's still a very heavy state. It's like being in the dark, carrying around a lot of burdens, and your emotional body is in blame. So you can use this to see where you are. I'm having anxiety. Where are you? You're in fear. You don't get judgmental about the fact you're in fear, because then you go down lower. But what you want to do is move up to acceptance or neutrality. Anything above courage is a state that starts to empower you. Now energies come to you. So when Kathleen said, as you do this kind of work in developing your intuition and activating your life body and learning to see, sense, and move energies and do spirit communication and all of that, because we're going to do that in a moment with Kristen, is you are raising your frequency. What does that mean? It means right here, you're going up the scale. So my students, I teach them to test themselves every day on here. Where am I? And then you do your activation, and then you see where you are. So if you come in and you're kind of angry, after your activation, you're going to be up at least into probably love, joy, peace, or maybe beyond, depending on how deep you're going that day. And it isn't about trying to live in the joy and that. It's about riding life up and down. Now let's talk about money. Money is the representative energy on the planet, in consciousness, embedded in all these beliefs we've been talking about, burdening us, as we talked about with Lou, making it difficult to move forward, making it heavy and hard. You break free, and then you get sucked back into that old belief that you're not good enough, and you'd start eating things or whatever your pattern is. So breaking those patterns has been in the past a painful thing to do. And one of the deepest patterns that we don't like to look at, and especially light workers don't like to talk about, is money. And I'm using money to represent all forms of self-worth, self-love, self-esteem, and value. So money in the form of cash, or a gift, or an inheritance, or a paycheck, or a client paying you, yes. However, there's a whole lot of more value, not just the richness of life, of course. However, there's a whole lot of other levels that don't care about money, that are preventing you from seeing places where there's opportunities. Opportunities lead you to have more energy, more clarity, more joy, more synchronicities, easier guidance. Now, a lot of spiritual awakening path people, often fall into a difficulty understanding the world, feeling oversensitive, feeling like you have it's the conversation now is the sensitivity of an empath, or being overwhelmed, so you shut it down when you were younger. Whatever has happened on your path is just part of your path. So let's move to the space where we're only going to be having our focus, like Lou said, you're only responsible for you. Get in the center again. We did that when you came into this space. So if you're entering now, you're going to immediately start feeling yourself being bathed in love and light and goldness and gold light and centering. So we did, make sure you take a look at my free 4-day money intuition breakthrough here on my YouTube channel. It was stunning. We're still getting emails from people about it. And it gives you a lot of information about your relationship to the idea of value, being good enough, being worthy, being willing to ask, and the fears that live within you. Kathlena was helping to emphasize everything exists right now. So your past life in a medieval time when you were wealthy and well-educated and they threw you in jail for no reason and chopped your head off without a trial so that they could take your money. And now in this life, this client was afraid of money since age of 3, couldn't even touch it. It was like burning her, okay? So she created this whole life where she was still became well-educated and wealthy, interesting pattern. However, she also created the pattern of being so afraid of money that she married somebody who controlled the money. Her paycheck went directly in the bank account and she didn't have access to it. Every time she tried to make more money in some form, it wouldn't work. Why? It wasn't until we went into her soul level, we went into her energy field, and she experienced this other life in her soul, which clearly is relevant to this life. So you don't need to know all your lives. However, the ones that hold the wound that you've been working with are very relevant. And we happen to be in a time where we're shedding this patriarchal attitude, which is an authority outside of you. Your family or your father or the church or the school or the government or your husband or your kids or whatever. Everything outside of you is supposed to tell you what to do. It doesn't work anymore. So we're breaking down. So you've been told you maybe don't manage money well, or you don't have enough education, or who do you think you are, or you made money and you lost it, or you have money and you're afraid of losing it, or every time you see how much money you have, something happens and you get rid of it all. These are all real life situations with my clients. So there's emotion, there's stress, there's disease, and it's the #1 cause of divorce. If you don't think that money's important, you can go try to live somewhere where you don't need it. Certainly I live somewhere where I've lowered my costs, so I don't have a stress of needing to come up as much. However, that's just part of also what I really love. And I have more abundance in my life, more sense of security, safety, and trust. That's what you really are looking for when you want money. I had a lot of money. I had a lot of artwork. I had a lot of stocks. I owned 80 properties. I had all this stuff, and I lost it all in a divorce and a bankruptcy. So I'm not telling you don't have what you want. Please do, but don't rely on that to be what makes you feel safe or happy. Oh, I have money in the bank, so I'm happy. I have a paycheck coming, so I feel safe. If you decide everything in your life based on what you know, you're not allowing your intuitive network and the vast multidimensional you to show you the opportunities, the success, the joy, the fun, the partnerships, the gifts, the inheritances, the who knows what you have access to. Money comes through things, okay? And it isn't the money. It's what you attach to it and what you make it mean. All right, so this is a tool to help you with that. Okay, let me go pop over here. I know Sherry. I know I'm going to start with Sherry because when I first came on, your name lit up. I was writing down some names. I have them here. And I also just want to go say hi. Where are you guys? Hello, hello. My life, married a financially controlling man, no longer together. Yeah, so, I'm not telling you to get divorced. I'm not telling you to go tell somebody off in your life. I'm telling you become aware of your inner patterns, become aware of where you're giving your power away, where you're not realizing you're multidimensional, and that there's a way for, I can't tell you, between losing everything and not knowing how I was going to feed my kids for years, to making 20 grand a month, to deciding I didn't want to do that because it was out of integrity and making 0. I've been up and down this scale, and it was part of my personal spiritual education, along with the mystery schools and shamans and all the other stuff I was doing, to learn that our energy, that we are creating a reality. And I've helped people find money standing in a room, find clients standing in their bedroom, all the way to, being on a bus from the airport and having somebody hire me, being at a luncheon, somebody overhears me and comes and hires me. It's all about that inner intuitive relaxation and connecting. So when you wake up, it isn't to blame anyone in your life for what you've been living. It's to realize you're waking up, and now you get to go and you get to feel yourself moving in this more fluid way, expanding up and out of the heavy mindsets. So whatever right now, your current fear around your value, your worth, your safety, your security, whatever your current situation with your wealth esteem, your personal self-image around and wealth identity, your perception of lack or abundance, your perception of I can't, I won't, I don't, not enough, in any way, shape, or form. Anything that you feel limits you, your choice, and your abundance. So take a deep breath in and relax and close your eyes. Let that breath go down wherever it wants to go. Mine's going down through my body, cleansing, clearing, and releasing. Now take another breath in and bring it in through your palms like you're receiving. Be a receiver. I'm ready and willing and open and receptive to receive the guidance messages, releasing, reuniting, and renewal of this money, wealth, self-worth, download. So right now you can relax, and we're weaving an infinity light through your central channel. There's a light glowing very bright like the sun in the heart center. We've had so much heart healing and redirecting back to the heart. When we opened, we came into the heart like a crystal cave. And now from this crystallization within the heart, you create the reality. I enter the sacred space with my divine intuitive team, and I trust and relax and allow and ask for all my fears and blocks in any life, in any time, in any space, to rise up now around fear and worthiness with money, success, asking for what I want, having what I want, believing that I can have what I want. I ask to cleanse and clear my intuitive network and reconnect to those pathways. I allow myself and give permission to now receive guidance around these topics that I feel: pain, loss, lack, any emotion, from blame to shame to anger to craving and disappointment. All the states that hold me back, keep me in the shadows, lacking the flow of divine gold light. Now, this gold light is going to grow in your heart as these readings come through, and stay in this space, stay in your heart, stay in this gold light. It's like the sun, it's like a flare from the sun. And this is an igniting flame. And you're allowing the pain and the fear hidden in shame and the secrets in the sacral to rise up into this fiery sun of divine love and light. The gold ray holds every frequency you need to create and uncreate. It holds all the other rays of creation. It is burning in your heart now like a bonfire, and you're standing in the center of it. Everything that comes up around lack of worthiness, fear of failure, all beliefs that limit the flow and the ability to intuitively connect to guidance around money, opportunities, and success. That could be opportunities to find joy, publicity, clients, resources, energy, time, love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So that gold flame is now ignited, and your entire crystal grid of your intuitive network that goes through your light body and connects out to the infinite field and down to the core of your heart and your soul purpose is on fire with this gold flame, this gold light. This is gold energy. This is also divine energy. This is God source energy. There's a lot going on here. All right, Sherry. Sherry said she's going through a divorce, finally started back to work after 7 years with my son. Fantastic, way to go. I'm super excited about this because everybody's path is different. I actually have a client who came to me last year in a horrific marriage and everything just falling apart and manipulation and gaslighting and doing everything for everyone else. And a lot of these patterns that I think a lot of women and some men can relate to. And she went through, she kept wanting to hold on. And I told her, you want the truth, you're going to have to let go. You're going to have to say it's over. You're going to have to take action for it to be over. It took months and months and months because of sickness and illness and disease. She packed, she found an apartment. They discussed it. It was over. And everything flipped at the eclipse in November. And shockingly, they're together. This doesn't happen often. However, the breakdowns she was willing to go through last year alone was about 16 lifetimes of processing. It's not been easy and it has been painful. And yet she's now at my door saying, I want to do this full time with you. I've never had change like that. It's crazy. And I have to be aligned with this path. So you might need to leave that person, that place, that job, that country, that home. You might not, but the important part is not to be attached to it. Okay, Sherry, it's 12:12. I love it. 12:12. Okay. All right, Sherry. So the first thing they're doing is asking me to open your third eye. So I'm doing it on myself, and then I'm connecting deeper into, and then I'm pulling, and this is for you and the crown. There's almost like a cap of pearls, all pure white pearls, very white pearls. And it comes down over your head, just above your temples, almost like it's not solid, right? It's like a grid. It's like a small little cap that looks like a grid, and it's all pearls. It's like somebody put pearls on the strings and then made this cap. At the center is a flower made of pearls. It's very pearlescent. So that white pearlescent color is something I've worked with for over 30 years. It's when you get into the higher chakras, you really go into the 8th soul star and you start to move into the 9th chakra, the interstellar gateway where your soul purpose lives, where you really start to understand these colors become pearlescent, and you are your crown is it's gorgeous. It looks like something someone might wear to a wedding, to be honest. Like, you know, that kind of look to it. It's so white and beautiful and sparkly, and there's a lot of silver. And the silver goddess Ray, this is a higher self, soul star creation with the divine feminine. And the silver goddess Ray doesn't cause imbalance. It's needed for you to infuse more. This really looks to me like an intuitive cap, an intuitive network. It's very, very interesting. Now, it's shining. It's there. And then there's some darkness. So there's like energy coming up from the crown into the soul star. So remember the first chakra, the first interpersonal or interpersonal, no, personal, extrapersonal, the out of your physical intersection is your eighth chakra. It's called the soul star. It's where your higher self lives. It's an entire universe that understands your soul path and watches over you and has access to the Akashic records. And this is so if you had other guides, they would most likely come through here. As we get up about halfway to that soul star, it goes dark. So you are actually generating, you have been working on this structure. This is something you need to acknowledge because, I mean, pearls have value, right? We're talking about worth or money or things of value, personal value, other things of value, ability to align to it, see the opportunities, step into the opportunities, trust. We're talking about money in the sense of receiving, being receptive, being willing to receive, not to judge it. Oh, I didn't work hard for that money. It's not good money. Someone gave it to me. I wish I had a money a different way. So you've built a sort of a very abundant, beautiful grid over your crown. And it really is holding into place your sense of value. And it's got squares, openings about that big. So there's, if we thought about air, energy, or light could go through it. Okay. However, as much as you are emitting now, you've done a really good job to start to tune into sending the message. You've taken some action. You've made some decisions for yourself. These have really made a difference. There's some goo, some red energy around the outer part of the brain showing me like it's sort of still something defining you, holding a definition, and you are ready to expand to a different perspective of money, where it comes from, what you're worth, how you do it, whether you're safe, standing up for yourself in conversations without making a blame. But when you get closer, there's darkness when it connects to the higher self. So you're not having that real solid flow. You are projecting, so you want to keep that up. Wait a minute, I think you said a divorce, right? Yeah. So you've done some really beautiful work. You want to cleanse some of the definitions that you still have about yourself. And we're just clearing some of this energy around your jaw, around this whole area, because as these energies that you're really doing a good job at, abundance oriented, they're not flowing very easily down the throat. So you can communicate into the heart, so you can marry with your soul pattern, and then of course into the physical reality. So there is a gap between, and then between here and the higher self's guidance, there's some darkness. Remember, things can go through darkness. We can travel through darkness. There is a way of a light. It's just that you have a shadow there, a shadow cast there. So what they're showing you is that currently you're doing a spectacular job right in this area, right? You've freed your mind, and this is where the inner eye and the pituitary and the visualization up here and all this stuff, this is a very important center. The brain, the third eye, the chakras, I call it the command center because these work together. The pineal, which can, is a multidimensional antenna. There's a lot here. And a lot of us tend to focus on that. Now your focus can be more expanded. It's going to be clear anything that's sort of throttling the flow down into you. There's some heavy energies on the side of the throat too. It's part of your self-identity within the marriage and through other things, and wanting to speak a new identity, not certain. So you can let this energy you already have here, that beautiful pearlescent white light, you want to let it come down and feel it. All right. Especially washing this away. If it takes 3 days for you to feel it to get down and through your throat, that's fine. And then let it move through, and then let it reach a little bit higher, and tell yourself you're willing to look in the shadows. You're willing to see things that you may not like. You're willing to let the parts of you that you still hold back, that have voice and power, and the parts of you that have, well, they're just attached to the previous roles and limits. Beautiful. Thank you. Wow, that was really beautiful. Thank you, Sherry. Okay, so I know, let me see here. Lynn, Lyn. Hi, Lynn. Okay, so I don't know if you said anything other than you want a reading, so I'm just going to tune in now so I can get a couple more, and then we'll go 10 more minutes, and then we'll go to our next guest who's patiently waiting. As you know, Spirit never really quite has a time, good with the time at moments. All right, Lynn. Right now, as we're tuning into what is for your highest good at this time around the topic of wealth, worthiness, money, value, everything is focused around your throat. So it immediately asked me to start working with your throat. And we're doing some infinity weaving, but this is bringing in butterfly energy, very, very profound energy almost immediately as I started to move the energy in your throat out the sides, the ends of the figure 8, you know, that we're weaving are becoming these butterfly wings, very colorful, different colors. And then we're also reaching in out. So there's a freedom, there's a transformation, there's a metamorphosis happening in your throat center around your ability to speak up about your value and ask for your worth. And it's very beautiful colors. We're not being focused on any of the blocks. We're being shown, this is why you want money intuition. This is why you want intuition awakening. So you can read the energies that are coming to you and interpret what they mean, because they're always going to come through for your optimal guidance to the level that you're able to receive. That's why you do the different work that we've been talking about today. So for you, you want to keep clearing your throat. There is a metamorphosis in process. So this is really showing us that as you release and receive, release and receive, release and receive, I want you to be doing this. There needs to be movement. The throat center for all of us is a communication center, but I'm not talking about the voice in the 3D world. That is one very limited way of communicating. This is like the tower at an airport, right? All the communications coming in and going out, coming in, going out, sending directions, finding things, navigating pathways is a very important center. So when it comes to money or a life that you feel where you trust and safe or you're fully expressed is your block to the flow, is being fully expressed, speaking with clarity and confidence, but not confidence that's forceful or afraid. Oh, I'm going to speak up now. This is what you're releasing. You're releasing the victim out of the throat. There's a lot of stuff at the back. Now they're showing me that you were hung. You were hung by the neck. There's also some kind of board here, like something, I don't know what that was, but that was another thing. So there's the idea here, the energy that you're carrying is really strongly focused to keep you from connecting above and below, manifesting the ideas into the body, expressing authentically, asking for money, or sharing your value. So it isn't just about, oh, I'm raising my rates, or can I tell people that I want a raise at work, or can I ask so-and-so for money to do what I want, or do I feel like I'm worthy to spend money on myself? That's all here for everybody. For you, you just want to focus on the metamorphosis that's happening. Go within, be in this space. It's glowing. It's got that. When I really go look deep, I just see the glowing white, almost pearlescent again, cocoon, like a cocoon would look. And then, but out here, it's like, ooh, energies are coming out. There's a lot of different sacred shapes changing, almost like a kaleidoscope. And then the vibration. So in my class, in my classes, we activate the third eye, especially right now in the future class, and we're acting that pineal that starts to glow. It creates a halo. And this is what we're seeing here. The more that you go in and you just sit in that cocoon, the more that you allow and give permission for any of your fears, blocks, or energetic attachments. That would be a vow or a contract from another life that you should never speak up, or anytime your throat was slit or you were verbally or otherwise held back. There's all kinds of different things happening there. Be in the cocoon and keep seeing this opening. They keep showing me the same thing, like opening and all these lights, and then this outer ring becoming wings. That's quite beautiful. Thank you. All right, Lynn. Okay, let me see here. Oh, I lost track of my. All right, let's see. I think I can do a couple more. Jane. So we've got Jane. I think this was early on. I'm just going to check real quick to see. I'm letting go. That was really beautiful. I love seeing into you. So in the money intuition class, you're going to learn about all these different energies of money, how they show up, how they live within you, how they limit your ability to see your potential soulmate, to enjoy sex, to have a happy relationship with your body, to free yourself from betrayal, free yourself from the sense of being afraid. I've had clients who were afraid of money. If they felt like they was being stalked, and if they had it, they would be attacked. Clearly, we have lives where that happened. So if that's present for you, if you feel desperate for money all the time, and even though you have money, you don't feel like it's enough, that's another old pattern. You want to clear your intuition, and not just for everything. Of course, anything in the money intuition class is going to clear your intuition for everything in your life, and it's going to ripple out. However, it's time for us to look at our value, to look at our worth, to change our idea of what our identity is around wealth. That means, am I worthy of love? Am I worthy of happiness? Am I worthy of peace and safety and a beautiful home? Yes. Okay. But do you believe it? And what is inside of you that's keeping you from it? So, okay, I'm just going to tune now into Jane. Jane, there you go. That will make a big difference. You're so welcome, my dear. If I do a reading for you, or when the speakers are doing healings, please share in the chat what you experience, okay? Well, Jane, you're in the middle of baking. You're in the middle of mixing. You're in the middle of something. It's a full body experience from the heart down. It's like, it reminds me of batter for pancakes, maybe a little thicker, so you could pour it. It has that consistency, and your whole body from the heart center down, at the bottom of the heart center down, it's flowing like this thick, gooey liquid. And then it comes down over your knee chakras, and it avoids going out your foot chakra. Everybody just hold the intention to clear and cleanse your foot chakra and align it to your optimal frequency every day, because this is one of the primary places you release, but also receive energies that are no longer good for you and are good for you. So this is not going out. It's then coming out in front of you and folding, and it's starting to create things. So it's like a very dynamic energy is happening right now. The way that what you would do to mix a batter, okay? I don't know what's in pancake batter. I don't eat pancakes. But something with multiple ingredients, let's say more than maybe just 2 ingredients, and you blend it, you mix it, right? And then you keep blending it, so that if you've ever made cookies, you start with, egg and sugar and vanilla, and you blend it together, and it goes from looking like egg and sugar to this weird kind of liquid, right? And then you start adding flour, and it starts to have a different consistency. So this is part of your money makeup, your blueprint. It shows you as a creator, a baker. I don't think I'd call it a baker. It's more like a scientist. It reminds me more like somebody who plays with ingredients. But this fluidness of your ability to create is very inherent. It's coming up in you. In fact, they're showing me that there's been almost 2 years where this is flowing. You're not accessing it though, because it's starting below the heart chakra, literally right as the top of the solar plexus, and they do overlap, okay? However, the heart is not in it. And so it's like continuing to experiment or to bring in or to have new experiences and learn new things and take new classes and do meditations, and you're doing it, you're blending, you're getting that consistency. It's becoming smoother and smoother. And what happens when we blend ingredients? They become more coherent into one frequency, don't they? So you're doing this. The problem is it's not taking shape. It's just continuously adding things. It doesn't know its purpose. So your focus right now is to awaken these higher parts of you and get the heart center, get into the heart and feel safe in the heart, so that you can start to feed your soul energy and the divine energy that's coming through in this moment. You're a conduit. We're all conduits, and we take all these energies and we blend them together, and then we emit them out as our own unique ideas, our own unique creation. So once you do that, though, it's like you've spent a lot of time preparing. So it's like it's ready for you, and you can start to come in and look for what's ready for you. Look for where you might be blocking what you know is already there. Look where you're avoiding not looking at or doing the things you know to do, or aren't taking the step forward, and you're letting old thoughts, doubts, or busyness and distraction get in the way. Okay. All right, I think that's the end of the readings. Oh, it was so wonderful. Thank you, guys. Again, of course, I always know people feel a little bit disappointed that they don't get one. And I have a beautiful guest who's been so kind to allow us to extend into her time. So she'll get her time, but move it back a little bit. So, because we had such great healings. I mean, Lou gave us this powerful healing. We just had these energies come through. I love to see what's happening. I love that I work with people all week and I see into them, because I understand then the patterns. I see them in me and then other people, and I see them in the world, and I see them, and we're all reflecting each other, and we're in that metamorphosis, and we're creators. How beautiful was all of that? Okay, good. So now let's go. Where's my Zoom? There you are. I lost myself. Hi, Christy. Thank you so much for waiting.
Hello, it's so great to be here. Nice to be with you, Nan.
Nice to be with you. Thank you so much, sweetie. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Well, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the screen so I can tell people all about you and show them your website, and then we'll dive into playing and having fun. Okay?
Got it.
Good. So here I'm going to, that doesn't show up for everyone else. So that's that. I'm going to do that. Okay. All right, good. So, wow, this is going to be, I don't know about you guys, but I'm just going to take days to sort of rebalance from this. Go to a whole new level. All right, good. Here we go. So we're now going to dive in and play in our playground with Kristen. And Kristen is new to me, but I'm super excited because I always ask the people that I love. I like their authenticity. I like what they represent, what they do. I feel like we're in sync. And so I love it. And I don't love it, but I want to say thank you to two actually of my speakers. One ended up having to have emergency surgery. And so those things happen. And this beautiful woman stepped in, this beautiful being. So we know that this was divinely aligned for her to be here with us. And she's going to share about spirit communication. And I love this. I was reading your website and living paranormally.
Yeah.
So as we do. So Kristen is a multifaceted channel and healer whose awakening in 2016 led her to strong connection to spirit guides. She's a medium and Kundalini Reiki master and teacher, which I did read up what that was. That's pretty fun. That means you're connecting the earth with the ethers, really,
Yes.
right? Rana, celestial healer, spiritual activator, Akashic Records reader, and her goal is to give you tools directed by your spiritual team to live your best life and experience joy and health on a new level. Yay! So you can find her at infiniteheartandsoul.com. So once this is over, that link will be below, and make sure that you get on the list at nanakasha.com, as we're going to send out everything you need to know about all these beautiful people. And we'll make sure that you get access to her Law of Attraction Masterclass, which is her beautiful free gift. So welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So share a little bit. I found it very interesting. You know, people send their bio over and then I go and I read this beautiful story about you, you know, on your website. So it's more human, it really. And so tell us a little bit about your journey and your awakening.
Absolutely. This is I will be 44 this year in a few months, and I awakened 7 years ago at 37 years old. So those that don't know me, talking to me is like a dramatic comedy. I will laugh and then I will cry because I am very excited and very passionate about what I do. But I had an experience happen. I do have heart issues, and I've had to have several heart surgeries, but it was something else that occurred that was very stressful in my life. And in that moment, I will never forget the words I said. There's got to be more to life than someone else pulling the strings. Bam! Everything changed. I was seeing 111, 11, 11, feathers absolutely everywhere. I work in the garden. I love plants like girls love shoes. And I was finding feathers everywhere where I would never see it before. And then like the Superman effect, you know, when Superman like discovers his gifts and he's got a headache and he can see things and all this different stuff. That was exactly what happened to me. I could hear, see, feel, know, taste, smell. And it was this whole other world. And for those that know Harry Potter, I'm like, oh my gosh, we are witches and wizards. Like this is real, and they're communicating, and it was amazing. Yeah. And when I started this journey, and my mom is watching, hi mom. My mom takes my classes. And I opened up to my mom, my daughter, and my husband.
Way to go, mom. I just want to give your mom a high five and a big hug.
Mom. My mom is 81 years old. I have permission to share that. And she is open to spirit and is that beautiful. We are all divine conduits. And I was taught by my guides. Horace taught me how to use the law of attraction and interacting with them and just living your best life and start living your purpose and being of service to others, and everything else just opened up in the most beautiful way. Gratitude and unconditional love at the deepest level you can imagine transformed my life. And this is why I do this work, is to transform the lives of others, because we can just truly be blissful, be grateful, have beautiful interactions with amazing people. And it really is a magical life if you allow it, right? Allowing that to flow through you. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, I understand. I do the same thing. I was did a class recently and all these energies were coming through and I was overwhelmed with the beauty of it. And it's like, hey, that's the beauty of being here, right? Being together. Yeah. So, well, that's great. Thank you for sharing that. I think it's so relevant now. I'm kind of a grandma with the spiritual awakening. It's been 35 years or more. So for me, however, you know, it was a long, hard road, and people waking up now are popping fast. So it's a complete opposite situation than we had back then. We're wandering around in the dark. There's no internet. Where's a book? Oh, I found a book. It's from 1940. Says that our thoughts mean something, you know. It was ridiculous, you know. So now it's like, what happened? You know, why am I talking to dead people again? You know, what is happening over here? So I love this moment. And what I love about it is that you're embodying the whole idea is, you know, we've all lived hard lives. We've all had loss. We've all had, you know, health issues and all these things. And that's just part of being here. Mm-hmm. And yet we were taught to, oh, I'm not good enough, or poor me, or I'm a victim, or something else that disempowers us from accepting that we're multidimensional, and starting to say, instead of, well, she gets to talk to spirit guides and I can't, right? Beginning to shift. And yet a lot of us don't have a mom that says, I support you, and all of that. So what is it that you want to share with people where, if they are popping open, there's so much information now, it's almost overwhelming, and how to start to accept that, even if they don't have someone in their family that's really loving.
Yes. Yes. The biggest thing is self-love. This is your path and your journey. You're the only one wearing those shoes, right? No one else is wearing them. It is, my guide said to me, it's me, myself, and I on this journey, and we better all get along. That's what they said. And I shared that in class a couple
I
of
love it. Yes. And Louise
So-
earlier, she had us around a round table, you know, where all the parts of us are the same. That's not a bad part. That's not a good part, right?
Yes, it's loving all aspects of the self. And I've lost some friends on this journey. I've had other people, even family members, go, "What? Your cheese slid off your cracker, Kristen. What's going on with you?" And I practice law of attraction. I just left all that alone and everything just flowed. And my family is very supportive. And you know what? Some friends fall away, individuals, but the ones that you get, because we're beaming these telepathic energies, like attracts like, so your energy is constantly, you can tell what your inner world is because your outer world is a reflection of that. So then everybody finds you, and I found the most amazing friends and deeper relationships with my family and loved ones and my husband. So really trusting in yourself and knowing all is divine, truly 100%. There is divine timing, and we're meant, and we choose to go through certain things. We choose this before coming here. And wow, I promise you it's amazing on the other side. It is amazing on the other side, because when I go through stuff, I always know, oh, okay, there's something really good on the other side of this.
Yeah.
So trusting in yourself, it feels weird, especially with awakening and other people are looking at you with 9 heads, and trust that self. I
Yeah.
promise. I was very much a muggle, very human. 7 years ago, I was a banker.
Wow.
You know, so I was very, very human. And although I might have seemed glass half full, I was really glass half empty. And now to have that shift, I just feel so at peace.
So tell us about your ability to, not just like everybody's not going to wake up and start seeing spirit guides and sacred geometry. Although more and more I have people saying, I'm seeing after something we do, I saw all this sacred shapes, and they're like, good.
Yeah.
But so for spirit communication, you know, for that idea of like, okay, a lot of times it's hard to run at your beliefs head on, right? Or say it's safe when your family around you doesn't say it's okay. And to be honest, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, I coined the phrase, the burned at the stake syndrome. For those fears that come up, whether you actually feel like you're burning at the stake, which some of my clients do, or they have memories of that, or it's just that underlying fear of retribution, criticism, being outcast, and all those other things that have happened and still do happen, around letting yourself be psychic, intuitive, multidimensional, whatever you want to call it, and how people, as they have that awakening, how can they start to, even when they feel like they don't, receive that communication?
Yes. So the way that my guides, and I can actually take us through whenever you'd like, a little thing to start feeling our guides and to see how you interpret them. So we can play with that as well. But honestly, when I first started this journey, and I love when the guides ask you a question, because that's when you know you're not really cracking up, because when they ask you a question, you have to think, right? So they said, how did you feel before awakening? And I was always afraid of the dark. 36 years old, 100% afraid of the dark. And they said, why were you afraid of the dark? Because the room felt full. It felt like eyes were on me, and I got anxiety. So a lot of those with anxiety, most likely you're feeling the energies and you just don't know what it is. And we get nervous and scared about it. So a lot of times, and that's picking up on mediumship and all of that's a whole other rabbit hole to jump down with that too, right?
But well, intuition is like a generic overriding term for a lot of stuff.
Yes, and that's why it's so much fun, because I love all the rabbit holes.
Yeah.
feeling like the room was full. Now I can full on. I scared my daughter. She's 20 years old. She came home one night and I was sitting in the dark in the front room, because why wouldn't your mom be sitting in the dark in the front room at 10:30 at night, right? So, and I was just sitting there and having a discussion with my guides and just relishing in the energy. But they speak through those nudges. I feel like I need to read this book. I need to go here, or that doesn't feel right. Or, you know, when you get in the car and it's like something's not right. I always knew when something was wrong with my car and it was going to stop working because the battery died or something. And I would tell my husband, something's wrong with the car. The car's fine. The car's fine. And I'd call him up and be like, something's wrong with the car. Before I even awakened, that happened. So you just have that internal knowing, that nudge, that gut feeling. But you can hear a lot of people hear their name called, or whispers in that hypnagogic state, just as you're falling asleep, just as you're waking up. So when you're in that hypnagogic state, you're able to hear spirit as well, because we release all of that, right? So when we're trying, I remember 7 years ago when I was trying to connect and everything awakened, and I wanted to connect with spirit and be a medium and all these different things. And I was forcing. But when we're in that hypnagogic state and you hear your name called, you might hear a whisper, you might have dreams and see loved ones and animals that have passed. It's because that's our state of least resistance. So we're able to connect a lot easier to that as well. So there's so many ways that we can connect with our guides, that you're connecting with them and not even realizing it. Because when I realized at the time, oh my gosh, I've been feeling my guides this whole time, but it felt normal, right? So I always thought when you look at the, right? So when you look at, like I always thought that people had a glow around them and that was normal, or certain things that I would see that was normal. But it turns out, no, I'm not seeing that. So having these open discussions, you're realizing what you thought was normal really is paranormal, and you're living paranormally. We all have these gifts and we utilize them in different ways, which is so beautiful and amazing. So it's understanding and learning how you specifically communicate with your guides. And I guarantee you, you're already doing it and you're seeing signs, synchronicities, call them God winks. So the cardinal that keeps coming to visit you, the 222, the 444, the 1212, your birthday, your anniversary, all of those numbers, maybe a word that keeps popping up over and over and over again. I know when I opened up to find out who my higher self is, my higher aspect of me, the higher self, the word seraphim kept popping up in the most amazing ways, and I was finding feathers in insane places. But I'll never forget when I realized I was a seraphim as my higher self, and I had asked, am I a seraphim? And when I came back inside, I was taking the dogs out, I came back inside and my daughter had on Sister Act with Whoopi Goldberg, and they were actually singing the song Sweet Seraphim. And I'm going, no way.
I love it.
There's no way. You know, that split second you come in and you hear that word or anything like that. So
I had one of the most profound redirections in my life was I sold my business when I adopted my twins. I had a daughter died and I adopted my twins, and I was like, I'm staying home. So sold my business. And then 5 or so years later, I kept getting this inspiration to do something, but I didn't know what to do. And I was feeling kind of useless. Like a lot of stay-at-home moms can start to feel like, oh, I have no value, you know? And so 7 nights in a row, I went into the bedroom where my husband was sleeping. He liked to go to bed with the TV, and I didn't like it. And I'd stayed up late. And this infomercial about real estate investing was on, like, you can have yachts and you can have this. And I would go, oh, for God's sake, that's the stupidest thing I ever saw. And I would watch 5 minutes and leave. 7 nights in a row, the same infomercial at a different point, to the point where I got enough of it. I called him up. I spent 3 hours on the phone and bought it. Changed my life entirely.
wow.
Absolutely entirely. One of the most profound businesses I ever owned. Changed everything for me. So yeah, it does talk.
Yes. Yes.
So when you have that awareness, how do you trust it? That's a big, there's the gap between actually going, wait a minute, 7 nights in a
Yes.
row,
Mhm.
because my inner belief when I was a kid was you'd never buy anything off TV. We weren't
Right.
allowed to have a toy that was advertised on TV. So it's a scam, so
Mhm.
that, how do you start to trust that what's coming through really is guidance and then what it means?
Yes. So we're two beings, really. So we're here and we have that ego. That ego is the one that has the programming, that ancestral, the I'm not worthy enough and I can't do that. And that's not something I'm able to do. I'm not a wizard. I can't do sessions and readings. I'm not special, right? So, and then we're also these beautiful divine spirits as well. And my Kristen ego, she was loud. She can be really loud because when you put something on and you're like, your ego's like, you can't get away with wearing that outfit. What are you thinking? Or all that, the loud stuff. But the soft voice, start acknowledging that and trust it. You can feel it. There's if you put your energy, or you just put your hand with everything is intention. You remember when you were a kid and everything, I always used to say, let's pretend, but everything is intention based. If you just put your hand on your heart with the intention to listen, that is your gateway to your guides, to your guidance right there. So you can put your hands over your heart space and ask, and you can feel the energy just radiate there. And you can feel the difference. So your ego is going to chit chat a lot in the head. And then all of that divine.
Negatively, yes.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
you can't. What are you doing? Who do you think you are?
Exactly. Yep. But trusting yourself more and more. The way I was able to trust is I started to give readings to family, to friends, and we get validations, which is wonderful. But then, I started to do lives and it was hard to get validations of some things, but I had to just trust myself because everything that was coming forward was correct.
Yeah.
And it's not about me, it's about serving others. So whatever's coming through, I'm just giving that. And I have to trust Kristen. I have to trust me. I have to trust that I'm the conduit for this energy and allow it to come through. It is a whole journey because you're going to go through, when you're on this journey, you're going to go, no, I'm not getting that. God is not coming through me. I'm not communicating with Yeshua. I'm not worthy enough.
Yeah.
Oh, but you are. And then you'll start seeing, when Yeshua was forward so much for me, I actually started seeing different commercials on TV that I've never seen before about a movie about Jesus.
Yeah.
And I'm going, okay, I get it. Yep, you're with me. And I thank you. And I always give gratitude and say thank you to them. And the more we do that and acknowledge spirit, the more we're going to interact with them. And the louder that gets.
Yeah, exactly.
And the quieter. Well, I don't want to say Kristen is a bit quieter now. I can differentiate the difference.
Yeah. Or you can turn the volume down,
Yeah.
Or sometimes I'll feel like, oh, I thought, when people are like, I thought that belief was gone. And it's like, you probably just were able to turn the volume on it and it's a background white noise and you don't notice it day to day, but something just happened and you're going to go change your life. And then it said, wait, don't do it. Right.
Yeah. And those suckers come off in layers too. So just because my pattern in life was I was bullied and it stayed with me, the things that keep coming around and working with your spirit team, your higher self, you at your very center of the center point, you're able to recognize these patterns and correct that and learn those lessons. We have free will, and I learned lessons so they didn't keep coming back around. But man, there's a lot of layers to bullying, so when you think you've learned like, oh, I did so good, and then there's more layers on there, more self-love about Kristen and all of that. So this journey is profound.
Yeah, well, an interesting thing with that energy, like looking at any particular energy, it's like a dolphin sound. One sound is, if they decipher it, it's about 5 miles long, about everything that's packed into that. Right? So, well, can you go ahead and do your
Yes.
magic?
Yes. All right. So you can get comfortable, sit in your seat or lay down, whatever is comfortable for you, and go ahead and close your eyes. And let's just check in with our body. Check in with you. Just do a scan from the top of the head or the crown. Your eyes are soft. Your jaw is slightly open and not clenched. You can lift your shoulders, relax them down, feel the relaxation pour down your arms to your fingertips. Go to your breath, go to your heartbeat. Just breathe in the light. Let out a sigh and breathe out any stuff. Breathe in the light and breathe out. And have that energy just go down to your belly. Your belly is soft, not sucked in. You're sinking in your seat, and the relaxation just pours down your legs to your feet. And in this moment, setting that intention, connecting with the 2 stars, your Earth Star chakras below your feet, allow these 2 stars below your feet to go down, down, down into the earth. And as they go down through all of the layers, the rock, the granite, down into Gaia's core, you grow these big roots growing down. You might have little roots growing your tree all the way down and anchoring with your intention into Mother Earth. Grounding. Bring your attention to the top of your head, to your crown, and connecting with God's source, God creator, all that is. It is commanded that you pull, clear, cancel, and delete on all levels and resolve on the history level any waywards, watchers, walk-ins, attachments, anything that does not serve any of our highest good. We send all up to unconditional love now. Please allow us to be pure, clear channels of light now and throughout our day, bringing heaven to earth. 'Tis done, 'tis done, 'tis done. Thank you. Show me. Now with your intention, connect to your soul star chakra. You might feel a stretch or a pull. We call upon all of our guides of the highest good to please come forward. Divine love. I ask all of our guides to come close, close, close into our auric fields now. Close, close. Just notice, what do you feel? Do you feel denser energy, tingles, heat, coolness? Do you see colors? Is there a tone in your ear? Does something pop in your head? You just suddenly thought angels or gnomes. Guys, we ask you to step back, please, away from our auric field. Just notice the difference. Guys, we ask you to please come close into our auric field, please. You might feel tingles at the top of your crown. Just breathe in this moment with your guides. And we're going to ask our guides, what is our yes and no? So we're able to play with them throughout the day. And this can also help when we're having moments of distress and we need guidance. Guides, what is my yes? I get a pull to my right. Maybe you feel something in a finger, in a leg, something in your throat. Guides, what is my no? My no pulls to the left. Guides, again, what is my yes? What is our yes? We thank you. And what is our no? And asking the guides to step back one more time. And in this moment, I ask that you just breathe in the light and breathe out. Release any and all expectations, any and all expectations. Allowing your guides to be exactly in a comfortable point for you. And with that, you can go ahead and feel into your body. You can move your head, your shoulders, your fingers and toes. And when you're ready, go ahead and open your eyes. I call that the spirit hokey pokey.
I love that. Yeah. It's very good though. It's a exercise that I've done in the past in different, I'm a homeopathic doctor and different naturopathic things and stuff. And in psychology too, feeling this and then feeling that and feeling this. And it's such a great way of in the moment giving yourself that feedback, like you said, of, oh, I
Yes.
can sense a difference, even if it wasn't clear. Not judging that. So
Right.
I like that. And that's what we do in Intuition Awakening is like practice and play and do all these things to start to say, and then you get the feedback like you were talking about. And I mentioned earlier, I think to Kathlena, it's such a blessing to live your personal path as your work, as your offering, as your contribution in the world, because then you're not just doing your personal work thinking you're the only person this is happening to.
Yeah.
You get to see the patterns and the possibilities. I mean, my clients blow my mind. I hang up from sessions and just go, wow, that was amazing. Like, holy
Yes.
cow.
The way each of us communicates, and you may not feel something now, it's a practice. And the more you play those high vibrations, the love, the joy, the laughter, and that play, I go to Publix to the grocery store and I'll play with them and say, okay, should I get the donuts or should I get the salad? Yes or no? And then sometimes I say, okay, switch. Are you sure I need to get that salad? Switch. I'll play with them.
Yes.
Can you give me a song? Can you show me a sloth?
I love it.
Guides, if you're with me, show me a sloth. Or mine right now is a kangaroo. Show me a kangaroo. So I'm just playing with them and have it come up in the most amazing ways. And that way, when you're in moments of distress and you need that guidance and help, I'm telling you, it comes forward crystal clear.
Yeah.
And you can feel them.
Yeah. Well, it's much better to have fun. That
Oh, yeah.
frequency is much better and easier to receive in.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah. And to play with the part of you that says, nah, you're not doing it. Some
Right.
play anyway. Okay. Well, come on over here. Okay. Come on. Because, polarity makes possibilities in this world.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not that you have to fight with that. But if you've accepted both parts of those, then I see us on that thing that spins at the playground, and
Yes.
everybody's holding on and you're all being, pushed out and you're over
Yes.
there and I'm over here. But it's just our perspective. So
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
thank you. Well, I just adore you. I resonate with you so much. I can see why we were connected
Yes.
through the realms. I can't wait to play again.
Yes.
So is there anything you would like, you feel coming in to close?
Oh, absolutely. Let me ask. Ooh, okay, so they're coming very close because I can feel the emotion. The emotion is unconditional love, just that pureness and that joy. Live each day to your fullest. You are worthy and deserving to live your best, most amazing life. You are multidimensional. You are beautiful and amazing souls. Know that you are loved and supported in the spirit realm as well as in this realm, and so very loved. So start trusting you and having that come forward a lot more, because you are more amazing than you all realize. And I wish you much magic, love, and joy.
Oh, thank you so much. April said, I adore you, Chrissy. And Kitty said, Chrissy, you rock. And Petronella said she felt a drumbeat in her right thigh, and then
Ooh.
cool air when they moved and warmth when they were close.
Oh, I love that. Yes. I love that. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, very nice. Somebody at least said she totally felt her yes and her no. Someone got chills and felt expanded vibration and whispers and good, the soft voice. Someone said, I love that soft voice.
Oh, yes, yes.
Beautiful. Well, thank you again, sweetie. Have a
you.
beautiful day, and I
You
can't
too.
wait to connect again.
Yes, thank you, Nan. Everyone be well. Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, wonderful. Oh my goodness, this has just been so much fun, so much fun. So now we are going to move on to our next speaker. And I did promise that I was going to do a little Q&A. We are running behind a little bit. Lou did a big epic healing that went a lot longer than we expected and all different things, and it's all perfect. So if you want to take a quick moment to replenish your green juice or whatever you're having and go to the bathroom, feel free to. And I'm going to, we're going to listen with Jennifer Spohr next. And she's a lot of fun. She's another one that we tried to connect last year. Somebody on our paths kind of did this, and then they found their way to connect. And we have, again, a very resonant attitude about the positivity, the expansion, the truth of who we are, and the vastness of who we are. So, okay, so we'll just take a quick break while I get ready for Jennifer. Okay, we're going to get started again. This is really fun. I want to thank all of you for being here. Let me just quickly take a peek. Where are you guys? There you are. And just see, Jane said she got a clear yes and no signals and one clear guide. The rest is a general sense of energy. Good. Thank you, Chrissy. I appreciate the message. Wonderful, Jordana. Beautiful. My daughter's name was Jordan. And great. Let me just scan through, see here. Anything else? Awesome. Hi, Michael. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're so welcome. I'd love. And let me see any. Stopped my coaching and healing practice to care for my mom and dad. Been caring for parents 4 days after leaving marriage in 2017, out of career field when raised kids want a vibrant practice fear. Wow. Yeah. And bless you, best life, whoever best life is. Yeah, you want to look at the things that are happening in your life from a higher perspective. So everything we're talking today, going out of the judgment of what you think it meant, what anybody else told you it meant, or even what it felt like at the time. Because if you process something as a 3-year-old, what you thought in your conscious mind at the time is very different from what it actually meant. And so we can go back and change what it means. And so you've put your life into these particular paths. And so now stepping out of all of these things outside of you demanding your attention are showing you that it's stepping out of your comfort zone. Now you have to step into your own best life. You want vibrant practice, but that's about you. Instead, it is about others, but not in the way that you've been giving your time. So you're also in a transition of moving from giving your value and now stepping into being seen for your value, valued and paid for your value. And that's very, very different. Okay, that's a very different kind of experience. So your energy is shifting big time, and your literal center of your identity is changing quite a bit. Oh, Gina says, I've lost hope. Any feedback? Oh, sweetheart, don't lose hope, because even hope isn't like the greatest place to be. Just go into neutral, go into acceptance, and make sure that you go and you come to nanakasha.com if you're not on the list. And there's a lot of things there to help you. Look at the multidimensional meditations we're doing. If you can do a session with me, we can look at and read what's happening right now and reconnect you, clear those things. all it is when you feel you've lost hope is that you're in a lower state that makes it hard. You're in the dark, you're in heaviness, you feel burdened, you believe there's locks on the doors, but there's not, whatever, right? It's whatever energetically is structured to keep you from seeing. And when we're at low states of consciousness, we feel like it's us, and yet it's just, oh, if I'm in the basement, I don't have a good view. I don't get a signal on my phone. If I go to the ground floor, I get a certain signal, but if I go up to the 20th floor, I have a vista, I have a view, I have an excellent signal, right? There's nothing blocking my view. And that's the way your senses work, okay? I can see money trying to come to me, and I can see it's blocked or something preventing it from coming to me because it's been very dry here. Yes, I know that feeling. And this is why what I'm teaching in Money Intuition and the advanced and or certification, whatever you prefer, Money Intuition in the summer in June, is because we're waking up, but we can only work on our higher self, our energy self, for so long before the physicality, which we've seen a lot of the speakers have said, we're bodies in 3D and 4D, but our beingness is 5D and above, and it's our body that's ascending to match our higher self, to match who we are. And yet we still have a body. And so it's where these two meet. One of the speakers said they were a Kundalini Reiki practitioner, Kundalini being earth-based, right? Anchoring you in your body and your life force in your body, and Reiki being this divine universal energy that's everywhere. And when you marry the two of them and they come back together, you're really in the body. And then you start creating. And then money and things of form and value begin to take shape around you. You see more ways to do that, more ways to create, more ways to receive, more ways for all of that. So yes, you have something that's preventing it from coming, because a lot of people have this. I see the money or the opportunity or the things around them, and they don't see it. I had a client, so it's a belief. All right. And what I'm being guided to share is that I had a client, and that client was a very successful banker, made a lot of money, investment banking or something like that, so high paced. He was still fairly young though, he was like in his mid 30s, late 30s, I think. And he quit. He couldn't take it anymore. He'd had an awakening to where he was starting to feel that yearning for his self. And that felt like a fast-paced, particular type of environment. And so he quit, and he didn't do work for money for a while because he could live on it. And then the money started to dwindle. And he also had a family that had some wealth, and he had a kind of a mixed relationship with them. And what happened was, when he came to me, he said, I know I'm ready to do something, but now I can't find my value. I can't figure out, I have a confused relationship with money. I feel like you have to work very, very hard for money. And if someone gives you money, that's not good money. In fact, I almost feel like it's drug money, like bad money, like illegal money, blood money even. And so when somebody gives me money, or I get money without working really hard, I then feel like it's not good, and I kind of reject it, and I don't want to spend it. And so ultimately what we found was that he had beliefs like that were preventing him from seeing all this money that was already his. And I told him, you have money, it's from the family, it's unknown to you, and they know about it, but they haven't told you in the 3D world, because you are literally blocking it. You think if you're given money, it's bad. And so you've made all of these inner programs prevent that money from coming. And indeed, he did go through a series of things, had a discussion with his family, found out that his grandfather or somebody had left him a good amount of money that they never told him about. And then he went through steps of having to continuously express his value to actually get access to that money, because he was more than old enough to have access to it, as far as the way that it was set up. But the other people were being controlling of it and judging his worthiness. So All those are reflections of the patterns that were within him. All right. So there's some kind of something you have in there that is doing it. I used to see people work very, very hard, not used to, but I used to see this pattern a lot when I started to do this money intuition work. And it was like working really hard to get that money and make that money. And then, okay, it's coming, the client is coming or the transfer is coming or something. It's manifesting. And then it would just like Teflon. Okay, just flow off. All right. So remember that you're all energy, your frequency, and you're encoded with lives in your soul. You designed this. You're here at the right place at the right time. There's nothing wrong with you. You haven't failed. If you've had a very hard life, I love you. I send you a hug. And I want to tell you that you're a kick-ass person. You have amazing gifts, expertise, and powers because of the life you chose. And you came here on purpose. All of us did for this very moment. We are in the cocoon of this decade of massive transformation. So this is a time for, it's just, I get so thrilled to be here and be able to talk like this with everybody, have all these other people speaking my language where, for decades, and, nobody spoke this language. Nobody talked about light body and frequencies and vibration and all this stuff. So it's absolutely amazing getting to do this. And yes, this is how you change everything, including anything going on your body. You do take care of yourself. Of course, you're going to drink, you're going to eat, you're going to bathe, you're going to take care of you. But if you're having light body sickness, remember to listen to your higher self, to talk to your spirit guides like Kristen just showed us, to go in and do one of these healings. And remember that your intuitive network is already a part of you. You can't deny that, but you maybe haven't had it hooked up. It hasn't been upgraded. It's not connected to power, whatever. Energetically, intuitively, how does it come through to you? Pay attention to the intuitive messages, like some of the speakers have said in Intuition Awakening classes. You can get 1, you can get 2, you can get certified in Akashic Light Reading, which is Akashic Records and multidimensional body scans. You can come to the Intuition Awakening for money. That's starting next week, live and recorded forever. You never lose access to it. And whatever it is you're doing, you are intentionally saying, I'm ready to communicate. You're sending the message out and you're saying, I would like to receive. And I'd like to receive more. Like at first, okay, I'll receive emails from you. Okay, now I'll receive texts from you too. Okay, now I'll receive downloads. And the different things we were talking about, how you feel when you sense something close to you, when you expand. What is it that is your way of intuitively communicating with your higher self and those synchronicities and the guidance that's there for you? There is a lot of guidance. There's a lot of information. I have had clients. One lady came to me this way, completely overwhelmed. She opened up, she tuned in and everything. And she was literally, you'd be at lunch with her at a restaurant and she'd be talking to you. And then suddenly she'd just go, and she'd start getting a download and just stand up and walk away and never come back. So I don't want that for you. I don't want you to blow out and have a Kundalini awakening that lands you in a mental hospital or has you thinking really, really, is there something wrong with me? There isn't. And that's what's wonderful about having access to all of this. So if you come work with my methods, you always are in a space where you're protected, aligned to your highest good, your what is optimal for you in this moment. So you never have too much come through. You never release too much. You process. You receive exactly what you need. You get nourished. You get loved. You get reconnected. You get disconnected from things that aren't optimal. You get more flow, like Lou told us. And then, yes, the rejuvenation happens, whether it's your mind, your spirit, your excitement. Like Kirsten was saying, she had this heart disease and she was really down about her life. And then she had this spiritual awakening and she got happier. Now she's happy. Her heart disease didn't go away, but she shifted her consciousness and she's now communicating with these vast networks. You know what? Yourself, your network, your soul blueprint, your guides, everything going on in your life is way more interesting than what's going on out there. Believe me, if you start listening in here, it's very, very interesting. I have a lot of clients who have unicorns come and they literally see them. And I have never had that until recently in a call where unicorn essence and energy of that came in, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. So when you awaken, let it awaken naturally. And okay, good. So let's go ahead and see what Miss Jennifer has for us today. So give me a moment here. Technology is so fun. Um, okay. Okay, so our next Hang on for a second. We're trying to figure out, we couldn't tell if you were able to see the interview with Jennifer, so we're going to restart that situation and see what we can do. Okay, so our next guest is going to come and join us in all this fun we're having. And it's just been amazing. We've been playing with our spirit communication. We've had some money intuition readings, and we've had this beautiful ability to see how multidimensional we really are. You know, we have fragments of our soul. There's like this opportunity to reconnect to parts of us that maybe we didn't know before. And we get to release who we thought we were and start to have a much deeper relationship to that intuitive network, that part of us that is connected to the part that knows our blueprint and knows the past lives we've had and know all the different pieces that either are wounds that we could help heal or powers we could reassess. And this fast moment of evolution is so amazing because our missions are moving us forward, yet they're evolving very, very quickly. And the connection to our intuitive self is really one of the most important things that anyone could develop. I mean, when I did research a couple years ago and found out that the government and that big corporations spend money on intuitive development, then I thought, why aren't they telling anybody else that? So I'm so excited. This is the first time I've gotten to enjoy some time with Jennifer. So let's take a peek. Jennifer is a spiritual mentor, a channel, Akashic Records trauma-informed master consultant. That's really super fascinating. I want to get a little bit into what that is. And a teacher illuminating the way for conscious women to awaken their spiritual gifts and align with their divine life purpose and mission. Make sure you write this down. However, if you're on the list at nanakasha.com, we're going to send you everybody's links and any of the gifts and anything else. So make sure you can get a hold of people, but you can find her at jenniferspoor.com. And I always like that when people have their name as their website, makes everything like super easy. So Thank you so much for being here.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I'm super excited to be here with you and so happy for us to have this opportunity to connect.
Yeah, so it's so fun that you got to jump in and play with us. I know we talked a little bit before, and I always love it when, you kind of become aware of different people and then you kind of cross paths again and they don't quite connect. And it's part of the fun universe there, multiverse that we're living in now. So you get to come and play with us. So I know we were talking about some of the fascinating work that you do and some of the things that you've been noticing, because what's fun is we're changing so fast. So like what's coming up now? What are the things that you're seeing that are evolving that really are going to help people move into their mission with more sense of who they are instead of, I guess, the way we were conditioned to run around trying to please everyone else, right?
Yes, that societal and transgenerational conditioning. Absolutely.
Yeah. So let us know, how did you start doing this work and what are you seeing that's a big shift now?
Yeah, you know what? I'll try to make a really long story short. I want to just preface this by saying, I've always been very sensitive energetically ever since I can remember, as far back as I can remember. However, I had an established career in retail essentially before I decided to start this business. And similar to so many other people that I know are out there, I really realized at one point on my path, this was in my old career, that I had been living so much of my life in survival mode, not really like living, but more or less just going through the motions and existing. And, the deeper conversation and root cause around that is unhealed trauma and other things that happened when I was younger. But to say that I came to a realization eventually when I had essentially run out of promotions at my job, started, not feeling challenged anymore, which no matter what I've done or how I've shown up in the world, I've always had to focus my energies around something that I believed in, right? And so I loved working in the retail industry for a long time because I loved working with people, and I started out, in the stores. And toward the end of my career, I was an operations executive for about 1,200 stores, right? So I loved that for a long time, just being around all the people. But then essentially, I was no longer challenged. And that's when the fog started to lift. And that's what I refer to it as, right? It's like, oh, well, what's next? Because that doesn't seem like there is anything that's next. And I started to realize that I didn't really know myself because I was in a career where I was on all the time. I most of the time did whatever my friends wanted to do and realized that none of my time was really my own, and started questioning, well, who am I really? Like, do I even really know myself? I didn't take action on that right away because of fear, because the first thing that came to my mind was, well, would I be able to find, a job doing something else? This was even before deciding that I wanted to start a business. I spent a lot of time during this point of awakening, getting certifications, training, just being on my spiritual path, really getting into meditation. And meditation, sometimes I think it's a simple concept, but it is so key to opening that gateway to higher levels of consciousness, right? So I've gotten to a place where I've been doing all of that for a while. And then the catalyst for me really taking action to change my life was my mother being diagnosed with terminal cancer. And I was flying back and forth at the time, living on the opposite end of the country, trying to spend time with her and help out my family and whatnot. And there was a specific moment one day where I was at my mom's bedside a few days before she passed, and my phone was blowing up from work, right? And so in that moment, I felt like I had to choose between that and really being fully present with her, knowing that she wasn't going to be on this plane that much longer. And I made a decision. I'm not going to be afraid. I'm not stuck in my life. I have the power to be the architect of my life, right? And that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
I didn't know I needed to start a business right away.
Yeah.
And this is really important that I want everyone to hear this, because a lot of times when you're feeling called to make changes on your path and your spirit is guiding you to go in a different direction, you don't know what the path is going to look like ahead. I made the decision to pack up my car and drive across the country at the time. I stepped down from my career to be closer to my family. I did some consulting for a little while, and then I was eventually led to starting a business, because what happened was I realized over time that my problem wasn't that I was in the wrong job. The problem, part of it, is that I wasn't aligned to do what I had been doing. And also on my path, on my ascension journey, I had come to realize that, I had therapists, healers, psychics, business coaches, all kinds of different people that I had invested in supporting me on my path. But I was hard pressed to find someone who could help me bring all of that together and actually integrate who I was becoming. And that's what led me to starting my business, because I thought, you know what, I'm going to be that person.
Yes, perfect. I love
For
it.
other people. So
Yeah.
there's your long answer. And then of course, making the decision to create a new path has been the ride of a lifetime.
Absolutely. I know. It's amazing. You get this rosy vision and you jump out there, and then every fear and every piece of shit and every voice that ever said you weren't good enough and whatever, right? Just all comes up to play.
It all comes up. Yep.
Yeah. I know. I say all the time now, stop looking for your wounds. They will find you. You will trip over them.
Yes.
You will fall into the hole in the road. Just go towards what you want. Go towards that, like you did. Just be like movement. I love what you did. Not that it's right for everybody, just pack up. However, you got into movement rather than standing where you were and saying, I need to know the path, and I need to see the money, and I need to know it's going to be okay before I take action. We can't do that anymore. Otherwise you really get beat up, right? It gets harder and harder, and you get sick, and all kinds of crazy shit happens.
Well, yeah, exactly. And that's really, honestly, that wait and see type of approach to life is an inversion from how we are actually divinely created, right?
I
We
like
talk
that,
about how
yes.
everything is energy. We create from the inside out.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not the other way around.
Yes.
That
Exactly.
societal programming is so heavy around, the wait and see approach, and I have to have this first before I take an action. And that's how so many people end up stuck, right? And I did it too, because I also had a lot of fears around leaving my job, because I had some more deeper seated beliefs around just lack of worthiness from making a decision to forego a college degree. I started working in retail at 19, and I decided that I genuinely loved it. And I had been on my own since 16. So I decided to go a different route, right? I'm kind of the epitome of living outside of the traditional societal standards. But the whole point being, right, it's like, if I hadn't been willing to take a step forward, who knows where I would have ended up. And you don't have to know the whole path ahead, right? Even if it's just little baby steps every day, one step, and then and then the next step comes, and that's also how faith works. It's faith in motion.
Yeah, I like that idea of inversion, because we've been taught everything we want is out here, and we have to get it. We have to achieve it. We have to go work harder, longer hours, whatever, right? Get that thing. Then when I have that status, I have that bank account, I have that house, I have whatever I was told I needed to have to be good enough, then everything will be fine, but nothing stays. So if you do achieve that, it'll eventually change, right? And then that idea that, you know, on the way, that security is tied to pleasing everybody, right? And to always be, because you can't ever be good enough if you're trying to be what everything else tells you to be, because you're not that, and they don't know who you are either, right? And now we're waking up to something completely new. So the idea that you're a conduit instead, right? You're a conduit for that never-ending universal energy, and as you wake up and evolve to these multidimensional levels of you that are already programmed with, you know, powers you had in the past, or your natural ability to be psychic, or all those things, then you can be the conduit and be like, oh, there's more than enough, you know, pure creative energy coming in, and then I get to not infect it with the fear, but instead inspire it, you know, as it goes out from me. But it is fun to see, and always a little bit sometimes intense when you start doing your work, and then you know,
Yes, yeah, because all of the
flow.
stuff, all the dense energies, right? The unhealed trauma, they're things that have been lying dormant within you, come to the surface to be transmuted, and that's all just, that's the thing too. It's so important to reframe our journey as not one of struggle, but one of experience, one of learning, right? Because it's our own experiences that are then crystallized into wisdom that we can share with others. We're all interconnected.
Exactly. Yes. And you know, what's wonderful is every time you go through an experience, if it's like the dark night of the soul, right? But then you come out of it and you start to be no longer have that depth of fear over something, right? That you just went through. And you've now gifted that into the Akasha, right? You've put that out there and everybody can access it. So each step we take, each step everyone else takes, it sort of makes that whole process be easier, be more visible, be more tangible. Well, because there's a lot of trauma coming up in the world, you know, what the patterns we see in the world are the same ones that are coming up within ourselves or our families or our minds or our finances, right? And you talked about I mean, it said that you're a specialist in the Akashic records around trauma, or something to do with trauma. And I know that, like, you've got to accept the trauma, but like you just said really eloquently, within it is the wisdom. And so when you're able to disconnect from, the drama, and that can flow away, you find that power, take it, and now move forward. So give us a little more insight around how the trauma can be a gem.
Yeah, so trauma, so a lot of where people believe that they're lacking in living the life that they want, or achieving the results that they desire, or feeling how they want to feel, or being who they aspire to be, a lot of it goes back to unhealed trauma. Now, some of it is subconscious, some of it is from other incarnations, right? But unhealed trauma plays a huge role in our ability to move forward on our ascension journey with more ease and grace, right? And trauma can show up in a lot of different forms, right? There could be abuse, there could be workplace trauma, someone could have gotten into a car accident. And that's the thing, is like, a lot of people discount their experiences as well. Our society teaches us, up to this point, the 3D society has taught us that to be vulnerable is to be weak. So what happens is, when you have an experience, you tend to minimize it and suppress it. And so it could be, getting into a car accident. You just haven't processed it. And what happens when we don't allow ourselves to process experiences, traumas, as they come into our body, they become stored energy, and then they begin to manifest themselves into dis-ease.
Yeah.
Because our physical bodies are connected, right? Our mind, body, spirit, emotional body is all connected. And so unhealed trauma, as a result of the society we've been living in, plays a huge role and healing it, right, plays a huge role in our ability to evolve and move forward.
Well,
Yeah.
and recognizing that, like we keep saying, you're not defined by the past, and yet we were told we were, right? And whether what you were told by your family, or what you made money and you lost it, or all these different things, everything exists in a higher level of, it's in your mind, it's in your emotional field, it's in some probably other part of your soul or other life, future, whatever.
In your DNA, yes.
In your DNA, there's certain switches that are flipped that says, okay, she's afraid to speak up and she's afraid to ask for money. And so stop her, whatever she does, make her stop, make her get a sore throat, make her, get too busy to show up for that appointment, whatever it is. And these manifest in the world first, like with feelings or inspiration or confidence, and then synchronicities that you miss, or physically making yourself ill. Absolutely. And there's no coincidences. I love that you brought up a car accident, because we're so, oh yeah, it was just an accident. There's just no such thing. Two things do not go boom in the universe that don't have a frequency that can be in the same space.
Yes, cause and effect. Yes.
So you were saying to me earlier that we need to be, I loved your words, acutely aware of our intuitive faculties or network or bodies and our physical body, and not have that sometimes idea that one's better than the other, or that you're trying to, I know in the early days of my spiritual search, 30 some years ago, people thought my goal is to get out of the body,
Yes. Yeah. I mean, basically what happens, this has happened on my own journey, and I'm sure it does with a lot of other people here too, is that you're conditioned in a society that focuses on the mind. The ego mind is the master, right? Then you have an awakening and start becoming aware of all of these different dimensions and realms and facets of your being and all of that. And then you're still spending more time in the upper chakras, or, in the higher planes, right? And you're still not fully connected in your body. The idea is to actually be tuned into your soul's voice, your intuitive voice, but then to be able to ground what's coming through into your physical body, right? And to integrate it onto the earth plane. So even people who have been on their path for a long time, who are highly conscious, can still sometimes have an imbalance between where their awareness is focused versus being fully aware, right, in your body. So it's a huge opportunity. So being tuned into that voice, right, but at the same time being balanced and being fully anchored into your body and feeling in your body, because that's the other thing too. The emotional body could be a whole other conversation for another day. But part of the programming to suppress experiences, to not allow ourselves to process them, we also become shut off from our emotions, which also takes us out of our body. Right? Yeah. So getting connected with your emotional body and how your body feels. So not just if you're someone who hears your guides or hears your intuition, but anybody can also be someone who feels it. It's so important to feel what truth feels like for you in your body, especially in the times that we're living in, because constructs that have not worked for a long time are finally coming apart and are going to continue to. We're going to continue to experience shocking events and all kinds of other things happening, but that's because we're in the midst of a very tremendous transformation as a collective, right? As humanity, as a planet. So
galactically,
being tapped into your intuitive voice and being fully tuned into your body, grounded in your body, and that is just a core component of navigating your path forward.
Yeah. And this isn't a new concept. We've heard, a lot of the ancient mystery schools taught this, a lot of the ancient books and scriptures talked about, marrying the two, the above and below, being in that space. I know the ancient Maya here, that was their consciousness in their day-to-day life. They knew they were fully spiritual beings and they were walking in a body. And when you start to realize, instead of it being a burden, the body, or feeling trapped by the body, and it's awesome. I love meditation. I love doing my activations. I love all of my, work that we do to expand and go out and connect to all these other beautiful realms. And yet you're here in a body, and the life that you're conscious of as you're watching this right now, me as Nan and you as Jennifer and everyone else, right? This is the pinnacle. It's like the point that you're experiencing through for your soul and for everybody else. And the more that your body can be prepared, upgraded, respected, believed in, right, as this container, this chalice or intuitive conduit for so much more. To me, it's changed from, of course, my age too, but it's changed from, like, oh, do I look this way or do I look that way, to wanting to energetically, emotionally, physically, and so on, be attuned to the right frequency for me to channel what's optimal for me.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's what being present is all about, right? We read a lot about mindfulness and being present, but we still, as a collective, struggle with being present from a mental space. We take something and we immediately take it to a mental space rather than taking more into account the whole, right? Like, there are a lot of bodies that we have. We're multidimensional beings. The main ones, the spiritual, emotional, mental, and physical bodies, focusing on the interconnectedness of those. And every time you're taking in information or having an experience, even just in this now moment, listening to me, setting the intention that every time you have an experience, how are you receiving that spiritually? How are you receiving it mentally, emotionally, physically? Even just being aware of that and setting an intention to fully receive that. I mean, it's magic.
Well, and then it starts to interrupt the pattern that we've all been conditioned with, which is run, more, consume. When you're in the present moment, you start realizing, oh my gosh, I thought it was just this room with these walls, but there's another and there's more. And it's this rich, deep space full of everything you could access in this moment.
Yes.
So every time you do your daily activations to increase your intuitive whatevers you love to do, then that space becomes more available to you. You see it, sense it, can communicate to it more. And that rich present moment used to sound so boring to me. 20, 30 years ago, I'm like, let's make it happen. Not waiting around for divine timing. What's this? What's that? Right? I can create my reality and, waiting for it to unfold. And I have my plan and, and all of that is great. But this idea of realizing that your body is what you get to experience and prepare and then show up as the co-creator, like, okay, you guys, I'm ready. Bring in the new information, bring in the shipment. What's next? What's happening? What's this thing that we can do? And being in that. So is there anything that you want to do right now? You want to give us a little intuitive tune-up or something?
An intuitive tune-up, just really what the guides keep sharing is the importance of being grounded in our body and fully committing to being here during this experience at this time. Because every person that is listening to this now and in the future is here for that, is here to not just navigate the path for themselves, however, to also navigate the path forward for others. And so making the conscious decision to be fully here for this now. Oh, I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Oh, there you
Wonderful.
go.
So why don't we take a moment and you can see what comes through to share with us, or to give people right in this moment. As we've been in this space, we've created this incredible container, everybody's open and flowing, and maybe there's something beautiful that you can receive or help integrate, so people can connect the body with the spirit. And there's something you're bringing in that seems to be a very beautiful way of feeling safe. I think it is almost like being grounded in that body, that evolving into being present in your body and connected to your intuitive self, which in many other lives and times in history has not been a very safe thing to do. So there's
Yeah, so just taking a moment, closing your eyes and breathing in and out fully and deeply. Really taking in the oxygen, pausing, and breathing all the way out. Calling all of your energy back into this now moment, centering your awareness around your heart center, which serves as the intersection of the spiritual and physical. Noticing how your physical body is feeling. Setting an intention to ground in your connection to the earth through your heart. And setting an intention to fortify your connection in the higher realms through your heart. Feeling every cell, atom, and electron of your body opening up. Seeing and feeling every part of your being opening up with this amazing light blue, almost white pearlescent healing light. And the gateways within your electrons opening more and more and expanding more and more. Opening you up to all the facets of your multidimensional nature. Feeling expanded and fully present. Feeling light. Fully here. Feeling fully aligned with your divine blueprint. And opening your eyes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. That was yummy.
Yes, I'm feeling a lot of very present, grounded energy.
Yeah, and it was kind of light and delightful, not like
Yes.
grounded, but it was just like, oh, goody, we're here.
Yeah, just here. Yes.
Yeah. Ah, beautiful. Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for coming to play. And so jenniferspoor.com, is there anything else you want to share before we leave?
Just that God doesn't put anything on our hearts that isn't meant to be achieved. So whatever you're feeling guided toward, even if you're afraid, having courage isn't about being fearless. It's about your ability to receive the experience and choose to move through it. So listen to that.
Beautiful. I had a daughter who died, and she came back shortly after and spoke to us through different channels and different people at the time. And one of the things she said was, everything's an opportunity. This is basically what you just said. It used to be
Yes.
on my header of my website. And it was how I walked through that experience was, what? This is an opportunity? Well, I don't see it that way. So yeah. Wonderful.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, honey. I can't wait till we play again.
Yes, and just one last thing that the guides are bringing forward is just that if you only knew how supported you are, they're showing me legions of angels, light beings. Like, if you knew the full extent of how held you are. So just know that.
Beautiful. Oh, thank you, sweetie. You're such a love. I can see I can just see it pouring through, coming up. You're
Happy to be here.
Yeah, you're overflowing with love. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for
Thank
bringing
you.
your beautiful presence and all your
Oh, thanks for
beautiful
having me. Honored.
Thanks. Take care, honey. Bye-bye. Oh my goodness, that was wonderful. Oh, right, good. So that was really fun.
We're
And
still recording.
yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
My
My eyes got a little watery at the end.
I know, I could see that. So
Oh, you did?
yeah, that's why I said you were welling up. The energies were coming up.
Sometimes
and the
those
love
energies, yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just like, woo, like my physical body, like holding space for that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, because we get to co-create in the space, it becomes more and more of a clear space, and everything that came through was just so beautiful, and it was coming out of you. It was just like coming up your throat and out, and you were just radiating. Well, you are radiating. Good. Well, so we're going to switch up now and move to the next section. So take a break, take some notes, come back and take a minute to absorb all this beautiful information and channeled healing and opening and awakening and all the things that are coming to you right now. It might be a really good idea to take a moment and jot down what's coming through, draw a few pictures, and we will go to the next step in our playground. Okay, so this has been so much fun, and we're going to go to our next phenomenal speaker. I absolutely love this beautiful woman. Hi, Lisa. And this is a phenomenal experience because Lisa has so much experience, so much heart. She's so wise, so fun, so knowledgeable. So let's just peek a little bit. You can find her at akashicknowing.com, okay? And she's got a new book. So she's an internationally recognized best-selling author of The Infinite Wisdom of the Akashic Records and From Question to Knowing, 73 Prayers to Transform Your Life. And just released, you can get Your Soul Has a Plan. So we're going to play with that idea today. But she's the founder of Akashic Knowing School of Wisdom and teaches students all over the world. And she's even got like a year-long career program, right? You said. And she can help you align you with your soul plan, understand your soul contracts, and complete old karma and vows to transform your life now. So welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you, Nan. It's always so fun whenever we get together. It's like, oh, we have to get together in person and do stuff together because it's just so fun. We have so much to say to each
So
other.
much to say, and we have so much in common. We just found out we were
We do.
both bartenders in our previous life. We have twins, and it just goes on and on and on. It's so fun. So, well, good. So, you've been working with the Akashic Records. I know when you came and joined us in the fall, we were talking about galactic Akashic Records, like more and more layers of this idea of the Akash or the Akasha that's imprinted with all of these wonderful things that we've done, everyone else has done, felt. And now the idea of, with everybody waking up now and it being a bit of a hot mess, there's those of us who've been wandering the path in the dark for a while and finding each other. And yet there is this sense that people aren't really sure what's happening. Our new world isn't created. Our old world hasn't fallen apart yet. So let's talk about the idea that your soul had a plan, because the first thing that comes to my mind is how my clients would say to me about, like, this sucks, and this person abused me, and I lost all my money, and why did this happen? And now I look at all those things as the adventure that my soul brought me on, right? And the opportunity for a lot of different things to bring me wisdom and completion. So
Yes. I started out very much in that kind of crazy boat. I mean, I first started out awake when I was 3 years old, thinking, damn it, I'm trapped in a body and I don't want to be here, right? At 3, I want to go home. I want to go back. My poor mother. It's like, who are you? Where am I going to send you back to, honey? But then my 2 best friends died when we were in our teenage years, and I felt completely abandoned and deserted. And I'm awake on one hand, I'm studying spirituality. I know I've come to be a healer, and yet my soul sisters have been, taken from me. Of course, I took it personally, right? I jumped right into the victimhood thing and went like, I've been abandoned. You've left me. What's wrong with me, right? And most of us do that because that's kind of the human aspect of us. Mm-hmm. And so it took a while to come out of that aspect of victimhood that I was in. And I also find it's been an interesting path since I was already awake. I just kind of woke back up again. It was like, oh my gosh, I fell down, the rabbit hole. But I started studying, and I actually studied to be an energy healer for almost 8 years because that was such a deep calling. And so, once I started to hear the record keeper speaking to me, and realizing that we really do have a plan, that, life is not random, that this was the newest book. So they said, it's time to help all of the souls who are just waking up now, who have not, been at this for 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 years, like some of us. And so it's important to understand that our soul, which is infinite and wise, decided before we came into a body, really the body we wanted to come into, the family group we wanted to be with, often kind of the where on the planet, which is often very connected to part of the whys, why am I here piece, and our purposes, right? We have more than one purpose, or the record keepers always say we would be bored out of our minds if we had one thing to do in a life, right? And all those soul contracts. So we write 20, 30, 40, 50 soul contracts to support other people, to learn from them, to teach them, to have fun with them too. But a lot of it is about these kinds of purposes that we write into our soul plan.
Yeah. I call it a soul blueprint, but yeah, it's the same thing, right? And it's hard to believe, when you're still in a particular mindset. Well, why would I have parents that didn't love me, that ignored me or abused me? Or why would I attract men that, don't appreciate me? Or why did I, make a lot of money, lose a lot of money. And because when we're looking at it from our 3D conditioned mind, there's good and bad.
Yep.
Right. And if I was good enough, then nothing bad would happen to me. That kind of concept is very prevalent when you're new to waking up or you're exploring yourself, right? So the idea is that people have more than one purpose. Let's look at that, because everybody's like, what's my purpose? And do you ever notice how people are waiting? They're like waiting for their higher self to talk to them. They're like waiting for their purpose to come and knock them over the head. And again, there's a kind of a mindset, right? That, well, you
Yes.
don't know, someone else has to tell you, that patriarchy, authority outside of yourself. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Because, so often when I do an Akashic reading, somebody will be, what's my purpose? And they're like in their 50s. And I'm like, well, you've been living your purpose. This was part of your purpose. This was part of your purpose. This was part of your purpose, right? Often we have purposes that are so connected to our gifts that come really natural to us that we don't even recognize that that is part of the purpose, right? Because that's so easy. Well, that can't be my purpose. That's too easy. Or, it can be part of the soul contract. It can be the parenting part or the partnering aspect, right? Being the support system. Part of the purpose is to learn and grow as a soul. Big piece of our purpose, to come here and learn something new. And, how do we learn something new? But through trials and tribulations. And that's one of the reasons that we set up some of the challenges. And, we have huge collective contracts with a lot of chunks of humanity also. So part of your purpose may be to end abuse on the planet. And so we chose an abusive family to end that in our ancestral family lineage, or to help balance masculine, feminine energy, to help awaken the divine feminine. And it may be in a relationship with, it could be with your parents, or it could be, in your partnership, your marriage, or other partners. But we do it in so many aspects of our lives that it just blends in, and often we don't particularly think about that as part of your purpose.
Yeah.
But if you imagine that rebalancing divine feminine and divine masculine is like one of the hugest projects on the planet, because the record keeper said to me the other day, we cannot go forward into the fifth dimension in imbalance.
Yeah. Because the fifth dimension is non-judgment. It's a pure light dimension where you see things from above, like you're looking at the map, right? But you don't judge it. It's not, oh, that's good or that's bad. You're just like, oh, look at that. Oh, okay, that's, there's a very different perspective. Yeah. So, you can go, you can come back, but to lose that judgment over ourselves and others and what's happened to us.
Right. And even, often our the dis-ease in our body, whether it's more subtle, pain or an extreme illness, often they are, kind of written into our plan as triggers to wake us up, or as ways to heal ourselves and teach some people about that, or about, making a real mindset shift in so many ways. I'm sure you're aware of that too, because we do that. That's part of I think our soul growth process is to continue to make huge mind shifts as we go through, to move from that original space that most of humanity is in, around being a victim of what's happening in our lives. And that was literally why the record keepers were like, okay, this book, it's teaches you that you made the choice. You wrote the plan. Everything in here, this is about you. So you can't blame anyone else for your life. And I notice when people get that, right, when you really grok that, like, ooh, I feel that in my cells, it totally shifts the way they see the world.
And the way you see yourself and the way you relate to everything. right?
Right.
When you can embody something, because there might be that part of you that's like, I love this. I wish I was this. I wish I could be this, but it feels like this craving or this thing you can't get, right? You perceive that you can't have it. And the idea that we've been living in, that it takes a lot of hard work, a lot of time, and a lot of mental effort to make things happen, right? Instead of aligning that. Well, so that's something I think that can be very difficult to absorb until you get fairly deep into your spiritual belief system, let's call it, into your particular paradigm, is to believe that, I'll use myself as an example. So I grew up and I went out and I went into the fashion design business, and then I started my own business, and it exploded the first year. 3.5 years later, I had to close it because nobody paid me. It was the end of the 80s. The economy crashed. All the department stores stopped paying. They went bankrupt. They didn't pay me. So I closed my business. I was at the end of my 20s. I'd never had this experience. I didn't know the economy did this kind of thing. And the reality is the economy was part of the feature, but for me, like you're talking about, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me. I lost my identity. I didn't know who I was. I thought I was the biggest loser of the world. I thought everything I had done up to that point in my life was a waste, right? It was a deconstruction. And then I went, well, none of that stuff I was taught was true. What is out there? And it was a complete 180 in terms of going on to a spiritual awakening, and then having all the other things that happen that kind of send you in a new direction. So yeah, these soul triggers. And so what do you say to people who say, well, if that's part of my plan, why am I being punished? Or, that victim mentality that.
Right. And so to me, the fascinating thing with the Akashic Records is because you can understand, know about, and of course, the reason I teach people to access their own records is because it's one of the greatest empowerment tools on the planet. Because when you can actually see who you've been and what you've done throughout time, and even if you're looking at, let's just call it the last 5,000 or the last 8,000 years, like just a short amount of time, right? Because we're infinite. And then you're like, wow, I was a crystal player in Atlantis, and I was part of the ancient mystery schools, in Persia, and I was part of the Isis goddess temple in ancient Egypt, and I like, wow, I've been that. And I would really venture to say that most of us have some of these very empowered lifetimes, awake lifetimes. And we've also had lifetimes where we have not been so nice, right? And so that is part of what we call a karmic pattern. I led a lot of wars and I led a lot of armies. And so this time I may choose to come back and be in a land that is in a war as a civilian. And it's the experience that we as a soul really want to have. And we as the soul know that this is a very short life, and that most of us have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them here on Earth. I believe as we're going forward, one, we will live way longer, and two, as we kind of unravel this matrix, this story, this whole paradigm we've been living in, the 3D world, as we move up into the 4th and the 5th, we will live longer, and on, I believe we'll continue to move on up into the 6th, and
Oh yeah.
and maybe we
Right.
just stay, or not, we get to, it'll be a really different thing is what the record keepers say. And sometimes they say it'll be really different and, kind of hard to explain because you've never done this. So it's not like, oh, remember when we were, we can look at those great ancient, mystery school worlds, and we can be like, I remember when I was a teacher of the Akash in,
Yeah.
ancient Persia, but
Yeah.
this is something we're creating new. And that's why it's, a little bit more challenging. We're flying blind a little bit here, right?
And we're accelerated too.
and by our intuition, which is why it is so important to have that access to your intuitive knowing, to your higher self, to your Akashic record, so that because we haven't done this before, we really need to be aligned and follow our divine guidance and understand divine timing and all
Yeah.
of those aspects to create this new earth.
Exactly. That is one of the big things, right? The logical brain, the goal, the plan to get it done. Well, I did that. Why isn't it done now? Why didn't it happen yet? I checked that off my list. I got to my goal. Now I want everything to stay the same. Woo. Yeah, I've been there.
And yet, how boring is that, right? Status quo, dull. You know, we do this to keep the growth going in our world in so many different ways.
Yeah. So when people feel like they have a disconnect to their plan or to who they are, what is the step about your soul has a plan? What's one of the tips you could give that you have there?
Oh gosh, let's see one.
Or three?
You know, because it's so important to kind of know and own the fact that you are an infinite soul, and to trust really in that claircognizant way, which is that clear knowing that I have been this, I have done this, I have the answer, or, you know, whatever it is I'm looking for, I have it, it's mine. I am the sovereign of this body and this life, right? So owning that truth that you actually have the answers that you're looking for is huge. And to be able to just kind of shift our mindset to say, this is not a punishment. This is my soul's way of growing so that I can share this, teach this, help other people who are going through this, you know, same situation. And so I know if you're watching this, that you are an ancient and wise soul and far down your spiritual path already. So imagine there's still, you know, 7 billion people who are looking for your help, your wisdom, your support in one way or another. So when we can kind of get out of our story, you know, let that story go and say, I can understand the growth. I do my own forgiveness work. I move into compassion for myself, for the people around me, that I can really share what I learned in a positive way. All of those aspects are raising your frequency and calling in the next best step for you as an ancient and wise soul. So just that conscious kind of rewiring of how we move through these kind of processes of challenging aspects in our life.
Yeah. Well, you know, we never go to well, that's not entirely true. I guess in some traditions, you go find the new Buddha. You find a little boy who was, you know, or whoever that the new Buddha or the new Dalai Lama is in or something. But in general, we go to the wise older people who've been through all the stuff, who have all the scars, who've lost everything, gained everything, you know, gone through that. And yet there's some kind of idea that we should not be going through stuff and becoming wiser, right? That somehow if bad stuff happens to us, it's bad. And that identity does cling, you know, with people in, you know, recreating from the past. And I think it's getting harder to hold on to those old identities, you know, that idea that you're limited or you're betrayed or you're punished or you just not the lucky one. Or, you know, I've literally had clients who over the years said, you know, especially around money or something, that women who were told when they were growing up that women can't make money or shouldn't make money or won't be attractive to a mate if they make money, or our family aren't one of those lucky ones. So don't think you're going to make money, right? Because you have, or whatever, you know, or all the women in my family have breast cancer. You don't have to have it.
Right. Well, and yes, thank heavens, right? That people are starting to wake up and realizing we are not our family lineage. Yes, we pick that family lineage to learn from them, but that's about the learning and the shifting, you know, and the expressing that learning that we have, that growth that we get from this. And often we come into challenging family lineages because we really want to support those people. And in that support, well, we're also kind of in that family, especially if we have a challenging family where there's addiction or abuse or really great lack and poverty. And we often take it on and believe it's us and it's ours. And the record keepers, the soul plan would say, well, you wrote it in, you wanted to be in that family, but you really want to be in that family to be the light and to help them out. So first you get to wake up and then do some clearing work, and let's release some of those old contracts and stories. And we can do healing on our ancestral lineage through the Akashic records. I'd love to do that sort of work with people because it can not only transform your life, but it can transform back through the family lineage if you have siblings or your parents are still around, and then down to children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, right? So we can actually do some very profound healing on that ancestral lineage around all sorts of aspects. And it is important, right? Like you talk about an illness, a breast cancer, or a poverty, or an addiction. We can actually work with those, in the quantum field through the Akash to clear, release, delete a lot of that. And so many of the light workers have picked more challenging families because we really are about unwriting that old program for humanity. And when we do it for ourselves, that is, of course, rippling out. Yeah. So if we are healing abuse and ending that in our family, that's a huge ripple out into the world, or addiction, or, any of the issues. So understanding that too.
Excuse me, I love it because the minute that I'm completing a private session with someone and I'm coming back in and I'm, the things that are coming through are closing it and giving thanks and, connecting and anchoring and the receipt and all of that. But the thing is that I become instantly conscious of the fact that we've just given that healing to the Akasha. And it's available for everybody now, right? That anyone could access it from their own story. So, right. So like if my client has one particular story, one particular pain, but they free themselves from that, right? We go through, we transmute it, we translate it, we rewire it, whatever happens. Now that freedom that just happened is available to everyone. Isn't that how you see it too?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it is, it's so powerful. And to me, it just, I don't even know what the word is, but it is very, exciting. And one of the reasons I do tons of group healing, when I can, sometimes, it's a Facebook Live or on a summit or wherever, because when we get this collective energy together and clear these big patterns and programs that have been literally programmed into kind of our humanness for, who knows, 50,000 years. When we start to unravel that, unwrite that, and rewrite the programs, that really is freeing us all.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And that's how we're going to transform our world in so many ways, is all of us light workers, kind of freeing up the old patterns and moving from, from victimhood into victor, into being empowered and having our intuitive guidance or our Akashic record keepers speaking to us, so that we can do this every single day. Right? It's not a magic bullet. It's not a one-shot deal. When you learn to access your Akashic records, or really just deepen into your own intuitive knowing and being able to communicate with your higher self, phenomenal things start to happen.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. We're guided, we're empowered, we're conscious of where right? We talked about this a little bit earlier. You wrote a plan.
Yes.
And most of us are living someone else's plan.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We talked about that. Yeah.
And so many people have come to me. I mean, it's always so interesting because people like doctors or engineers will come to me and they'll say, you know, I'm not happy. I'm a doctor, but it wasn't really me who wanted to be the doctor. It was my mother or my father or my whatever. And at 40 or 50 or 60, they're like, what else was in my plan? You know,
Yeah,
because we're
exactly.
living someone else's life.
And that's what's great about the breakdown right now. It feels scary for people. I know there's no certainty. It's not going to go back to the way it was, but you get to wake up to your plan, right? You get to be. I remember when I was finally got past all the ideas that I was somehow challenged or unfortunate or, you know, it wasn't fair or all that stuff. And I sat with the idea of like, well, why am I designed this way? What if I have this unique perspective, like I was adopted and my children are adopted and my daughter that I gave birth to died. So I don't have an experience of what it's like to be in a family that you're like. I don't know what that is. Most people have that experience. So at one point it felt like I, didn't win the lottery, right? I didn't get, but then I realized, well, why would that be a benefit to me and what I'm here to do? To have that perspective. That's a different perspective. Now, what could that uniqueness about me bring to my purpose?
Yeah, beautiful, right? Because we sometimes make these choices when we can see it really in the Akash and we go, oh, maybe I didn't want to be bound by a specific family lineage. I wanted to be more free to be me and to pass that aspect on to children, right? So when we look at adoption, you aren't stuck being trained by the people whose genes you carry.
Yeah.
So you're double bound in or triple bound in, right? Your grandparents and your parents and your siblings, you're like, we all have to be this way. And it really puts us in a box, right? And so there's a freedom, energetically, certainly, in having that experience. And
yeah, even though initially I felt like, I wasn't like anybody and I didn't belong, but we're coming out of that. And that's what this is. Your soul has a plan. You help make that plan. So if you get onto that track, how amazing is it that you can start looking at yourself with a purpose of practicality instead of judging from someone else's perspective of what you should or shouldn't be.
Right, exactly. And so realizing that we are so unique and when we can, again, like I always say, one of the biggest kind of aha moments I think my students have is when we'll be working in the Akashic records. And when I teach, I do a lot of processes and we'll ask questions and maybe we'll go back into a past life and look to see, who we've been and what we've done. And when you realize that you have been so many different things and done so many different things, and some of those gifts we can reclaim and bring into the presence now, but you really are free if you free your mind.
Yes. Free your mind and the rest will follow.
Right.
I love that. I love that song. I love that song. So, well, we have a few minutes left. Would you be able or willing to do like a group healing around something to do with your soul has a plan?
Oh, I would love to. Absolutely. So let me just quickly kind of bring everybody into the Akash with me. And then we'll see what the record keepers want to do. Okay, so let's just sit back and close our eyes if you're in a place to do that. Dropping down into your sacred heart center. And we ask the divine lords of unconditional love to help us center fully in this moment as we create this sacred space. Please wrap us in your love and protection and allow us to travel to the highest realms of the Akasha available to us today. Please help us we lay our multidimensional hearts open to divine love and release all resistance. Lords of the Akashic Record, please guide us to the deepest truth we can access now. Support us in healing and releasing that which no longer serves on our true path. We give great thanks for your divine love and support on this journey today. And so we just create the beautiful Akashic column of light around us all as we connect around the planet. And so what the record keepers were saying is, as I was bringing us into this beautiful field, was to do some work around victimhood. So what they're saying is, let's deprogram everyone from the thought, the belief, the feeling, the idea, whatever, however, because we hold it in so many different levels and layers in our body, that we are either being punished, or we are a victim, or there is someone outside of us to blame, or that we are to blame. We must be bad. I have clients come to me and they say, I must be a terrible person because of my life. And it's like, no, that's never the truth. And so I see these, what we did to kind of have this human experience, and we made these programs, we built this matrix. We like if we were building a computer, right? We wrote those programs in so that we believe in separation, and we believe in victimhood, and we believe in shame, blame and guilt. So I'm just going to work on unwriting that for everyone, because it is time. And like we were saying, it's so powerful when we can dismantle that for a group, because it ripples out and there's power in the group, right? And then so the ripple is even 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000, 1,000,000-fold. The record keepers are saying, they're like, you're thinking too small, 1,000,000-fold. I love that. Whew. So don't forget to breathe, as we are really energetically dismantling this program that we all have some of. And it always kind of blows my mind when I have that old program pop up in my life, in my face, when something happens and I'm like, what? Kind of, what did I do? How can this be? And I spend a minute in victimhood and I'm like, oh, whew, forget that. I'm over that one. Okay, that's still an old program. So still unwriting, unweaving, writing that for all of us, myself included, right? We are still all human. No one is perfect. I figure once we're perfect, we'll leave. So I know I'm not perfect. Because I'm still here. So just notice what you notice. I just feel like an opening, a stretching, a releasing, like we just unwove a really tight pattern that's been around all of us. And it's like the threads are popping and pinging and breaking and pulling apart is almost how I'm kind of, that's like how my fingers feel it as they're unwriting that. Okay, take a couple nice deep breaths and just blow it out. So you want to like release that from your energy field, and again releasing it from your energy field. When we ask all of our Akashic records to keepers to release it from our own personal Akashic record, our library. So our Akashic record keepers can do that for all of us right here and right now. Even if you're listening to a replay, it doesn't matter. It's all right here and right now in this present moment. Whew, good. Good. And then we ask our record keepers to fill us up with the highest Akashic energy, the highest light and wisdom and gifts that we can now hold after releasing that old program of being a victim, of buying into the story. We're filled with the golden light of the Akash, of wisdom, of divine wisdom, of who you truly are as a divine and wise soul. So just feel that as it drops all the way down into your toes and fills your whole body. Beautiful golden liquid light filling your physical body and now filling your whole auric field and energy field with the golden light of the Akash, with the wisdom of your soul. We ask our record keepers to help us really integrate it into our body on a cellular level, to anchor it down into the earth, to help us to have that ripple out in this plane, in this earthly plane, because this is where that is held. So we want to ripple that out here in the third dimension and the fourth dimension to help all of the people in our life, in our community, also 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold, feeling that rippling around the world. And we thank our Akashic masters and beings of light for the love and the guidance and the healing. And we close and lock the group records for now, and so it is. Blessed be.
Ooh. Thank you. Oh my goodness. So it was so interesting. You were talking at one point after like this out, and I was seeing it like my hand started doing that writing thing and across my solar plexus. And it was like a ticker tape, at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
Is what it looked like, just coming by and then rewriting. And then at the end, it was coming through, looked like sheet music. It had gone from like a ticker tape, look out, and this is coming to this these musical notes. I was like, oh, I like that. That's lovely.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Thank you for
you.
sharing that. Right. So we all experience these things differently. And so it's so important for each and every one of you to own what you experience, your own unique personal experience of that. Because the more we really validate ourselves, the more prevalent our intuitive knowingness becomes, right? So
Thank you so
Lovely.
much. Wonderful. Well, is there anything else you'd like to share on that beautiful note?
The record keepers are just so grateful for you, Nan, and for each and every one of you who are here for doing your part of this work to transform our 3D world into the fourth and the fifth dimension. They are grateful and they are sending so much love to you.
Thank you. Ooh. So make sure you get Lisa's book. It's on Amazon. Or did they go to that link that we're going to share?
So there's a link that will take you to a page where you'll get 4 free gifts from me with the purchase of the book. So go to the page that Nan's putting, the link that Nan's putting on the page first, so you can see the gifts, and then there's a button to go to the Amazon to buy it, to fill that in, and then you immediately can download my 4 free gifts, including an 1.5-hour masterclass where I also do tons of teaching and healing for the group. So
what are the other gifts?
And so there is my Rainbow Shield, which is really about filling yourself with your highest golden Akashic energy and creating your beautiful rainbow shield. So you are guided, guarded, and protected as you walk through your life. And there is an ebook, which are the prayers of abundance. And then my 90-minute masterclass to help you create that state of sovereignty for yourself, because that is about knowing who you are, living in that space and aligning to your higher self, to your soul plan. It's about, you know, all of these gifts really are in that rainbow shield and this masterclass about being the sovereign, owning your space and field. To live the life that your soul really truly planned. And then there is also a free 30-day membership with Positive Prime, which is there to help you rewire your brain again to live and create the life that your soul planned and your heart desires.
Fantastic. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So many goodies. So pleased that you've shared some more of your wisdom with the world. I love books, even though there's, you know, video and there's all these other wonderful things now. But when I first wrote my first book about 13 years ago, and then I started writing more and helping people write books, it was so profound to think that these will last. These will go places that maybe don't have technology. These will be in somebody's home and somebody may find it, right, in a moment of crisis. They may. So you are literally helping people to guide, direct, and save their lives when you share something like this. So thank you for sharing so much of your wisdom, being so generous in all the things that you do. And I can't wait to play. Let's play some more.
Yes. Thank you, Nan.
Thank you, sweetie. Wonderful. Take care. So much love. Wonderful. Okay. Okay. Oh, wonderful. So thank you so much, Lisa. Everyone has just given so much today. And to me, it's quite profound because as somebody who does this, right? I teach and I create courses and I do live streams and I do, make sure you do subscribe to the YouTube channel, because I do weekly spiritual weather reports. That's intuitive astrology, reading energies, understanding what are we walking through. And then you have an idea of like, oh, I'm in a rainstorm, or I'm in a hurricane. Oh, it's really, really hot. And that helps you to understand some of the personal transformations that you're having. So, you know, we talked about how you're evolving and there's possible light body sickness, right? So what is light body sickness? You're raising your vibration. You're switching from 3D to 4 to 5D. You're vibrating, you're handling higher frequencies. And Kathleen in the beginning of the day mentioned how we have availability to energies we couldn't access before. This is 100% true. In the Mayan world, they do the 9-step pyramid, and each of the steps represent a wave of consciousness. The top level, not the temple on it, but the top level is the smallest, right? That means it's the shortest amount of time. It's the highest frequency. It's the state of unity, and we're there. But not that long ago in my lifetime, I've been through, I can't remember, at least 3 of those layers of consciousness. That's how fast things have moved compared to in the past, in terms of perception of building our reality and then being able to take the physical form and handle higher and higher frequencies through it. So when you upgrade your chakras, when you awaken your pineal, your inner eye, when you awaken your soul star and start to connect with your higher self, instead of from I wish I could talk to it, other people can, but from what we've been learning today, this idea that we are in the center of our being, and you have been, if you entered even in the middle of the day, you have the ability to beautifully be in the center, because we created a sacred space and we were given a beautiful rose gold rewiring of a DNA type of crystalline structure has been happening through our central channel. If you don't know what that means, it just means that you have an energy body that has many layers. It's light, it's energy, it's encoded, it has different purposes, it just like different houses. So your crown chakra is an energy field that intersects with the brain and the glands, and that becomes your third eye. And now it's both a brain with neural pathways and thinking capacities and a left and a right, but it's connected directly up and out into the field that goes to your soul star. So you just don't really even have to know these things other than start to soften and release the hold that the old beliefs have that keep dragging you back into an old pattern or making you doubt how you felt. In the beginning, for me, I barely had religious upbringing. I had some, but I didn't have to unlearn that. Okay, that was nice, but I had absolutely no idea about spiritual things or nothing. So when my first business closed and everything in my life fell apart, it was a deconstruction. It wasn't just oh, I'm not going to do that again. It was a complete deconstruction. And it was like I'd been standing inside of a particular building and suddenly somebody just deconstructed it. And there was no longer that form around me that I had been told, work really hard and do this and do that, and then you'll be a good person and everything will be fine. And it wasn't. And this was my soul, or all these levels we talk about, your higher self. You can communicate through all different levels of you in all of your 360 senses. You're already wired with your intuitive network, and all of these beautiful speakers today. Thank you, all of you. We're going to be sending out an email with the replay links, with the timestamps, and with the free gifts and websites and everything. So you can get a hold of all of these beautiful women who've so generously given us their time. They've put their own personal path first to come to the point where they can be attuned to their truth and live it in the moment. That's all you're really being asked to do, is give yourself, your intuitive self, your subtle bodies, the bigger part of you, give it respect, give it time, give it love, and give it time every day. It should have at least as much time as it takes you to take a bath, brush your teeth, and put your clothes on, okay? If that's 10, 15, 30 minutes, whatever that is, then give yourself at least that much time for your intuitive care, caring for, looking for, what am I holding today, connecting to your team, activating your space, cleansing and clearing it. I teach you all of this in my energy cleanses class, in my intuition awakening classes. There's different meditations. There's free things in the shop. So make sure that you go, you check the shop out. And we have the Money Intuition course starting next week. So it's recorded if you can't come live to all of them. However, everything is designed for you to reuse it. So you're continuously clearing, cleansing yourself, your mind, your past, your fear, your whatever's being triggered. It's in the moment with you. You do this, then you start to feel and sense more. You start to feel, like Kristen said, oh, there's something here. I don't know what it is, but I can tell there's a communication. I don't know how long it's actually been. However, I really don't do anything anymore that isn't in complete alignment energetically with me as I sit with it. And if anything is not feeling energetically aligned, I take time to go to my intuitive team. I go in, I activate my light body in the Infinity Healing Chamber like we're in. I do a lot of different light body work. I connect to my Akasha, connect to all of those layers of my being as a clear and open channel for my highest good and what is optimal for me at the time. And that's what I do for you too when you come to a class or a session. From that space, I don't have to worry anymore, and I can relax in and I can let my fears come up, and I don't have to be attached to anything because I'm in infinity, 0 point. That means that there's part of your consciousness that is with me now. And we're going to go into now our final activation that's going to tie together this rose gold wiring we got in the beginning. We'll see what has happened, because what this is a container. I opened a sacred space and you came in. Then we co-created the welcome. And because you were a part of this, or you were going to be a part of this, there's no time. You were a part of what came through for our intuitive upgrade to our network. What they've been working on is what's called our central channel. So as you learn about light body or your senses awaken, whatever way that's optimal for you, the more you let go of your needs and your wants and your fears and they're not good enough with me, get the feedback that you need. Because I think more than one of the speakers said about how getting that feedback loop accelerated the intuitive awakening or the spiritual awakening that they were having. And that's 1,000% true. All right. So I want to tell you that as we're going into this, come back and repeat this. And if you want to repeat the beginning and the end, maybe I'll ask my team to edit the front and the back together, these two parts of this activation, this healing, and we'll put it up for you guys to be able to come and get this full container. But as it looks like, you know, as a parenthesis or as a container for what we experienced today, we opened a lot of matrices. We connected to a lot of realms. These speakers came in and they were speaking at their own frequency, like I showed you the scale, that they were being a clear channel for what was optimal for us. And we created the container. And the container said, we're ready and willing and open and receptive to clear, cleanse, and attune to our intuitive networks and to begin to become that which crystallizes the creator, the manifester. And we already are, but a conscious version of that. All right. And so rewiring, upgrading, reprogramming, putting a new program in, like whatever example energetically really syncs with you, come into that and realize, like somebody said today, we're moving forward. There's a breakdown, there's a metamorphosis. That means, right? We break down and then we turn into something new. And we're here. That's just part of the game. It has nothing whatsoever to do. Sorry about the lighting. It has nothing whatsoever to do with whether we're good enough or if we're not doing the right thing and things aren't going right and we lost our jobs, excuse me. We lost our job and whatever is falling apart, breaking up, not going to be the way it was. You need to celebrate it. You need to talk to it. You need to understand it and look at your whole life that way. Start to ask to see underneath the story. Okay, the drama, the story, it means this, it means that, this person did this person did that. None of this is true. And this is a very uncooperative, beautiful, lovely little thing, but it just has a life of its own. And so you are in this, we're in this, and it's an individual spiritual awakening that we're in, as well as a collective one. And so as some of the speakers also pointed out today, we're in a collective transmutation, right? The collective is changing. That means we're clearly seeing things we thought were normal before. Why are we treating women this way? Why are we treating, minorities, we used to call them, right? Other people this way. Why are we allowing that to happen, right? We have more people seeing things from a higher, we call it perspective, which is less judgmental, less needy, and doesn't exist in the lower states of consciousness, which is where you are a victim, or you're angry, or you feel a need for revenge or destruction or elimination. These are all the different parts of the scale of the lower states: shame, blame, misery, and all of that. So even at grief, which of course you feel as you process things leaving your life, and that's okay, just don't stay there, okay? Go through, accept whatever's coming up, and then trust that your intuitive networks knows how to help you process it, and then let it move through you. All right? All right, so let's go in and, oh, wonderful. I'm gonna need to take a sip here, hang on. So I'm kind of excited because I figured out today while Kathalina was doing that beautiful healing, and she's chanting and talking, and I know this happens in my classes, is suddenly a while back, Zoom started to cut out the background noise. And so if you start doing like, a breath, it'll just disappear. Like if I went, hopefully you heard that now. So hopefully we put it on, we found the setting for musicians. So my spiritual guidance and all of my beautiful friends here and everybody from my Light Body Council, from Thoth and Merlin and Gaia to Kuan Yin and Buddha and Ganesh, to this is here Ishel, Bast, okay, Isis, and we've got all these crystals. Here's Buddha and the dolphins over here, and a lot of other energies. The dolphins are always a part of everything I do. We do healing. We're doing intuitive work with them soon, and we're all coming together for this upgrade. So it's almost like we came in and we were given an attunement, and then we marinated, we went in and we had these different downloads from each of the speakers. We each got downloaded with some powerful thing. They all did incredible healings, and just, it was all incredibly delicious. And make sure you tell others, and make sure you come back and listen again, because this is worth so much. And this is our moon jaguar, our sacred feminine jaguar. Glow, see how she glows? And while those were going on, what began in the beginning for us was continuing. So Shadia would like to say hello. This is my dear friend Shadia. And I did a lot of healing work with her on others, and her with me, and we did a lot of heart-to-heart weaving and work. And she is truly one of my BFFs forever, along with several other dolphins that I've been blessed to be able to reconnect to. We're soul friends. We definitely had Akashic agreements to come together and be called. All right. So go ahead and pick something that you have around you, or something that I have here. This, by the way, is a 3-dimensional Sri Yantra, which is also a pineal gland, which is your third eye. Quite amazing. And you can look this way, you can see, you can go right into that Sri Yantra. It's a multi-dimensional portal. All right, so this wants to come forth. Thank you very much. We also have our mermaid energy here. Okay. So pick one thing, one object, because there's one thing right now that has a message for you to help you integrate everything you've experienced today and everything that is optimal for your next step. So my prosperity frog, this beautiful jade, is what popped out for me. So I'm going to have that here. And now connect with it with all of your focus. Relax yourself, disconnect from the environment around you, close your eyes, touch the object, or look at it intently for 10 to 13 to 20 seconds until you feel that you've completely connected right through the inner eye and all of this area. My whole crown is popping right now. There's some white fire and blue over here. This feels more like just a gold band. So this side is really my left side of my crown is woo, woo, woo. So notice where you're feeling what. Part of your intuitive awakening, which is for everybody. I don't care if you're the Dalai Lama, you're going to go to the next step and the next step, because we're raising our bodies into a higher frequency, which is what my beloved Thoth here, he's an Egyptian god, but he's also Hermes, and he's taught all the civilizations, writing, science, magic, and beyond. So what is our possibility of taking our light body and manifesting here is that now our bodies can begin to manifest in higher levels and not have to die, right? Not have to die off. So whatever is your guide, your messenger that has drawn your attention is the intuitive guide that is optimal for your highest good and the message at this time. And whatever it is, I am purifying and cleansing in this frequency of this chime. Now it's attuning to you, and you can feel it go up the spine. Now, breathe down your central channel like a tube that goes from infinity through your 13th galactic goddess chakra and your 12th great central sun chakra, and down and down and down through your stellar gateway where your soul blueprint is. And the weaving that was coming down is now expanding. There's a strong weave like a braid of this rose gold, very thin, like a thin wire. And it's woven this exquisite, strong braid down the central channel, through the spine and the sacral, and down into the Earth Star, into Gaia, and out to infinity. The weaving is moving, it's pulling now more of this rose gold energy out. In every spine, it expands out. Like that infinity symbol, the energy goes out to either side, expands like a wing, and comes back into the spine, crossing that energy, releasing, renewing, releasing, renewing, releasing, renewing. And this flow now crosses the wires, the beautiful rose gold light energy coming from above to below. Now these come out, crossing on the crown, in the third eye, at the back of the teeth, the throat, the ears, at the throat, and now spine by spine, weaving in and out, side to side, but almost becoming elongated energies as they reach out further, like dragons fly wings. And they reach out further. They're creating a clear channel for you to release and receive, to allow these energies to clear and cleanse, not just the cerebral spinal fluid or the nerves, the wires, the habits, the systems, cleansing the chakras, throat, higher heart and heart, expanding, cleansing, clearing, opening. Now as it enters the sacral and the root, you find yourself standing in this sacred space of the sacral center. You look around and see this is a space that has been recently cleared. You can tell something was knocked down, something old, something seemingly very heavy was knocked down and the pieces hauled away. It's just an empty space, but it still has that energy, that structure, like an echo, like a mirage. of the old fears and the old dungeons and the old limits. Every time you had a life where your intuition, your wisdom, your knowing, your ability to see angels, speak to fairies, make healing essences from flowers, understand the weather, know what the rocks or the trees are saying, ways of creating art, beauty, healing, and wholeness. As those became the shackles around the wrists, all the way up the arms until there was no movement, no ability to receive. Hidden within hard shells, the fear. If I am a healer, I'll be killed as a witch. I might be outcast. They might hate me. They might judge me. They might fire me. They might hurt me. They might hurt my family. Best I don't speak up. Best I don't know what I can do. And you can feel the old structure because it was so strong of those parts that said, I've built a wall and I'm going to build another wall and I'm going to hide in the woods and I'm going to dig a ditch and I'm going to run away and I'm not going to trust people and they betray you and they don't understand you and no one gets me and I gave and I helped and I loved and I received pain, anger, blame, misery, punishment in return. Now your sacral has had this divine day of accessing in this sacred space your intuitive spinal column. It has been completely rewired with rose gold. That's the energies of the rose, your galactic goddess, divine mother, unconditional love, accelerated healing energy. And gold, the gold ray, the sun, the great central sun, all levels of divine light, creator energies. We began with that flame and that fire in the heart. And now when you check in, that bonfire of gold light has transformed into gold spirals that are floating all around, almost like keys. The space is filled with them. The heart is filled with them. They reflect the light from the crystals and back and forth in this rose gold frequency, then alchemized from your pain and your fear and your past, and you no longer have to live it. You no longer are. This is not who you are. These old limits. Now you see the shining gold, the potential spiraling, the infinite field, and all of these keys from your soul blueprint of your powers. They might be a wound because inside of a wound is strength and wisdom. And once that wound is released, the key becomes yours to open new doors in your intuitive network. And they're infinite. Feel now, where is that golden glow? Is there a fire burning within you? Are you standing in an enormous fire? Is your crown on fire? Is your root? Where is there most of this powerful gold ray energy? The sun, divine disk of light, the halo of your third eye, now ignites within the brain, between the two halves. The all-seeing eye knocks on your door. The tapping on your third eye begins again, but this time you receive it, and each tap sends a message with so much information packed within it. You just let it pour back through the pituitary, following the corpus callosum in the eye and the eyebrow and the cave of Brahma and the crystal cave and around into the pineal, the hypothalamus, the thalamus. All these parts in the inner eye light up and become gold, liquid, flow. Now the crystals begin to hum. Receive this, all that you have received today, known and unknown. Allow it, receive it, be grateful and thankful for it. I receive this intuition upgrade. I receive this igniting of this solar power, this understanding of my own inner powers, wisdom, and purpose. I accept who I am and this wiring, and I will go into the crystal cave of my heart and my eye. I will stand in my sacral, and I will claim the space and begin to bring the gems of the truth of who I am. I clear the space to be a container to receive, and I receive what is optimal for my soul at this time, and I respect my intuitive network, my soul's blueprint, the plan for my life, the frequencies I have, the powers that are coming and expanding, and I can feel them, and I'm ready to accept them. And I open that door, and the door within that door, whether it's a wound or a success, whether it's a joy or a pain, I step into it fully with reverence and presence in this and every moment. Now, ahead of you, you see the silhouette of your 3D body, and you begin to move towards it. You feel the liquid light. You sense that your crystalline net of intuition is passing on quietly, little gems, sips of this golden rose elixir, testing all the places you put blocks to protect yourself that don't need to be there anymore, gently giving it a taste, gently softening. Now you're standing directly behind your three-dimensional form. You sense and feel the time-space continuum around you, this beautiful crystalline structure of your soul's path. You now declare that as you merge back into this 3D moment, that you maintain a clear connection to all that you have received or released, to the guides and levels and parts of your intuitive senses that have been upgraded, rewired, cleansed, reconnected. Now receive these gifts. Feel as if somehow they're being downloaded into you or put on your arms or given to you as gifts, or swallowing something delicious. I accept, and I'm ready to live as that being I was designed to be. Download, receive, relax, allow, all the way through, in, through the head, the eyes, and the skin, and the bones, and through the brain, and weaving back and forth now bringing balance and flow all the way down the spine and out into the cells, into the muscles, down through the chest and the heart and the back and the spine. And as you enter, you sense that you are coming in. And as you do, you're filling your current body, environment, and reality with this new higher frequency you. You are not the you were when you entered this call. And like water overflowing, you simply fill in. Now you feel yourself pouring into the belly, anchoring in the hips, feeling that sense of bringing new growth, and the roots grow down through the foot chakra, and you fully release all that was and no longer needs to be. Now we cleanse, clear, and release, and ask that this gold infusion and this rose gift of love and accelerated healing continue for as long as is optimal for each and every being who enters this space, allowing the connection into your own light body, into your own rotation, as if you are coming in, pacing your environment, bringing it a little bit closer to your speed, maybe not all the way, merging down into the moment. Allow your senses to download. Feel the expansion, the movement. Where are you tingling? Where do you feel alive? What are the images you're having, or the colors you're sensing, seeing, or tasting? Note how the mind feels right now. Observe your own mind. How does your emotional body feel? Sinking into that sacral. How does it feel in the body? Now remember, bring your hands together, touch your beautiful skin, rub up your arms, give yourself a hug. Hold your face like you're precious, because you are. And you're new. And look at yourself now as you allow this download. Anchor in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I agree to these new lines of communication, these new languages of intuition, and this new clarity that I have received. I am that I am. I am light. I am a crystal network. I am source. And I am my soul's divine design. I hold the seeds and everything needed to live the life my soul intended. I step into that reality now and ask for continuous messages and guidance from my highest good for what is optimal for me in each moment. I will listen. And see and feel yourself walking into your day. Feel yourself touching the ground with your foot chakra and sensing, kissing, thanking, or connecting to the ground, the building, Gaia, the elementals, the space. How do you feel in your body? How do you feel in your mind? Align to the highest, multidimensional you. You can't be aware of everything in every moment, but if you continue to cleanse, clear, and realign, you will begin to trust, sense, and feel. Moment by moment, bit by bit, you are not alone. You are not a slave to the beliefs or the emotions of the past. And you are not ever unworthy or being punished. You're in the right place right now. You're needed. You are a puzzle piece. You are a puzzle piece. You're a three-dimensional Akashic sphere of light. And you have programming that no longer serves you and limits you. And you have programming that can take you to the fourth, fifth, sixth dimension. And you have programming that can awaken your healer within you, or your intuitive guidance, or your sense of knowing, or your ability to express yourself. And you have all of that already. You even have a money blueprint. You have a potential future with anything. Your path there, though, is awakening your intuition so you are connected to your own inner guidance. So I welcome you. I hope you do come and join my community in the Intuition Awakening and the Intuition Awakening Money course, which is all about your self-worth, self-expression, self-value, self-love, and all the things of value. So you'll be releasing in the real moment that which is blocking your mind from believing you could have what you want, blocking your emotions from speaking up or sharing your true value or sharing your information. But all of the reasons why you've been stuck, or you've done work a long time, or you used to hear people, angels, and you stopped, or you're starting to hear angels and you never knew there were angels. There's so much to communicate, and what you want to do is open and align in your own highest good, the path that's optimal for you. You never want to push awakening past that point, because it's worse than pushing yourself physically and hurting your back and then being laid out for a while. You can really allow yourself to have such a disconnect from your body and your reality with an ungrounded Kundalini awakening or something like that, that you want to do your work as aligned to your highest good, and take what we did today as this gorgeous golden place for you to move forward into what is optimal for you next. And I hope that you will value yourself. I hope you will change your entire reality. I loved how Kathlena was talking about these beliefs, or these octagonal or hexagonal structures that are these belief realities about, well, I'm not good enough and I can only make money through a job, but I haven't had a job because I raised kids, and now I don't feel worthy of even my partner's money and whatever, right? And then it just goes around and around because it's that structure. So when you come to realize that intuition, guidance, synchronicities, a million different light languages, 360 or more different senses, soul triggers and crystal embedments in your body are all there already, waiting for you to turn the dial, to give your conscious desire and development to your intuition, to begin to be able to understand these different languages, perceive them, receive them, understand them. It's an exciting world when you realize the riches that are within you. And yes, it leads to money, and it leads to happiness, and it leads to security, and it leads to best friends, and it leads to more. But what does that mean? It's because you're happy and you're aligned to allowing yourself to receive, because you no longer feel unworthy, because you're in fluid flow with your higher self and you're talking to everything around you. If I was getting up now to go over and sit in this other place I have here for doing my private sessions, I would on the way over there probably hear different crystals, different things that I have here say, I want to be, I want to be. And of course they're in the room, but they want to come close because they're there for that client for a reason. Everything has a voice. Don't get overwhelmed by it. Attune to that which is optimal for your highest good at this time. Okay, well, we've gone about an hour and a half over, and I want to just check in with you guys here. Where are you? There you are. So, oh, I don't see this anymore. So, okay, well, thanks everybody. Have a beautiful and blessed day. And I'm sorry I can't see. I wanted to say hi and see if anybody said anything else here as we're closing this out. So we give great thanks for this sacred space. And as we allow the circle to be open yet unbroken, it remains in the Akasha for all who wish to enter here, all who can be healed and realigned to their path, their powers, their gifts, and their next steps. We ask that a clear connection remain to each of us. So ask for that for you, to anything that is optimal. So any healing you received, anything that you might be called to go back to, you can go back to the recording, but it's within you. You now have a connection to that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me see if I can check on this. And in any case, thank you, everybody. I love you, and take care. Back to the, but it's within you now. Okay, then I don't want to hear it. I want to see if anybody says anything. It's not letting me see you guys. So, okay, well, namaste. Thank you so much. And I will see you soon. Let me know if there's anything else I can do for you. And I will see you Thursday for the spiritual weather report and the multidimensional meditation. In the meantime, we are moving towards the full moon, and we are halfway between the two. So this is time to look at what's sprouting in your life, what abundance is coming up in your life. Okay, so wonderful. Namaste, everybody. Oh, I'm still trying to find you. Oh, maybe there we go. Oh, I think I found you. We've done so many different things here. Go to the shop at nanagasha.com, and you always can see, here we go. All right, good. I am so happy I get to see what you guys said. So Brittany says, this perspective, being in the experiment, that perspective turns any trauma or life experience into empowerment energy. Exactly. I had a car accident in a past life. I saw it and I felt it clearly last night. Yeah. And that means that if it's speaking to you now, Brittany, that there's a reverberation, right? There's a connection. Suddenly you're becoming aware of it. Otherwise, there's no reason. You don't need to know everything that your soul has done. Okay. But it's there. So now it's talking about that and what happens in car accidents. So intuitively, Brittany is one of my certification students for Akashic Light Readers. And so that you sit with it, you witness it, you communicate with it. And how is that coming to me? Immediately, I felt vibrations coming through my back, like the shock that happens in a car accident, right? And that shock lives in the body, lives in the soul, lives in the mind, and lives in, if chosen, in this soul time. So wonderful. Yeah, we will be putting up the vibrations, the links there soon as we're done. And if you're on my list at nanagasha.com, we'll make sure that you get Lisa's book list and everybody else's information. Sherry said, wow, thank you. Oh, you're so welcome. Sandra, amazing journey. Way to spend this Sunday sharing with you all. Thank you, Nan, and the lovely speakers. Big hug. Thank you. Thank you. I want to receive that for everyone involved. And Jane said, Nan, that attunement was amazing. How wonderful. Thank you so much. You're so welcome. It was wonderful. And I'm excited to listen again to that. Thank you. Raise your voice. And Monica, you're so welcome. And hi, Deb, thank you. Looking forward to the recordings, especially repeating the final part. Fantastic. Well, thank you guys so much. I love you very much. I honor you. Go spread the happiness all over everywhere you go today. Thanks.